Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. And we do have a long agenda today, and I just want to welcome everyone here. So I'm calling the meeting to order. It's now 10 a.m. At this time, we'll go ahead and have the roll call of the Board of Supervisors, District 1.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for all being here. And I see we have some proclamation readers, one that is coming back for a repeat performance. So we really appreciate that. And I don't know if you members know, we are on our way to Washington, D.C. after this. So we look forward to carrying the message from Coconino County to Washington, D.C. So good morning, everyone. Patrice Horseman, District 1.
District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
Thank you, Tammy. And District 4, I'm the District 4 the Board of Supervisor and current chair of the board. I just want to introduce myself with my clans. We do have Ethel Branch that's here, that's a new attorney working with Ammon Barker in his department. So I just want to say that Shea Judy Bigay and Shea Ado Todachini and Ado Tsedishkijin Ebashichin dot Ashi Dashichi dot Hachini Edashanale Ado Tseko Hassanado Homai Mesa Hodiedo E Nasha Kokon Egg at Shlashanaha Eat Up Shananashishle Koja County Do here and Henia. I just think I introduce myself where my clans and where I live and just for the sake of the new attorney that's going to be working with us, and it's better to have a better working relationship when you have an open line of communication with your clan. So I just want to say thank you, for being a part of the department now. So then also everyone else, thank you for being here again. Administration, legal, my colleagues, and everyone here. So I'm looking forward to today here. So District 5.
This is Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor for District 5. Welcome, Ethel. I am joining virtually today, and thank you so much for joining our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Deja. This time, we'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Can everybody rise? Thank you. At this time, we will go ahead and do the call to the public. We will now have the call to the public to allow for anyone to make comments from the public. Please note that the issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Kirk Daly, can you please? Okay, only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expressions of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments at this time. Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Baguette. This time, if there's anyone here in the room that would like to provide a comment, we have comment cards up by the table by the door. If you fill that out and hand that to me, then we'll call you up to the podium and you'll be allowed 3 minutes to speak. If you've joined by Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand. If you hover towards the bottom of your screen, if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9. And that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. I do not have any comment cards, but I do have a hand raised on the virtual Zoom format for Luke M. Luke, if you could please state your name and address.
Yep. Okay, my name is Luke McKee, Vinhome, Smart City, Hanoi, Vietnam. I am in the ZB951 visa on Twitter. I have a lot to say in my 3 minutes, so this will be quick and brutally honest. Firstly, I support the Board of Supervisors on January 14th declaring January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. But on the same day, the board confirmed it was just a virtue signaling exercise because they posed for a photo shoot with a child abuse cult leader, Rabbi Dovi Shapiro of the fringe Chabad Lubavitch cult that mandates the practice and doctrine of Metzitzah B'peh, which is Hebrew for to suck by mouth, or what the Jerusalem Post and Title 13, Chapter 14 of the Arizona Records and Statutes definitions calls oral suction of children's genitals. Also in the photo shoot for Holocaust Memorial Day declaration was Gary Perlmutter, who sued the county in 2022 and only went public about the cover-up of the rape of children in your detention facility in 2018 under Big Brothers, Big Sisters Flagstaff board member Jim Driscoll's leadership when an unfair dismissal paycheck was in it for him. Where am I to? Yet the documents filed in the district court has not yet seen the light of day. According to Jewish sources, 93% of American Jews do not do the Metzitzah B'peh child abuse ritual, but Chabad of Flagstaff, who provides moil services, i.e. he who sucks the blood from the baby penis does because of the mandate from their cult leader, the Rebbe, and the Babylonian Talmud, verse Shabbat 133a and b, search for blood on the official Safari, a copy of that demands any rabbi that does not suck the blood from the circumcision wound must be relieved of duty. One of your prosecutors, Heather Moshe, in the Coconino County's Attorney's Office, who likes to accuse Adam Smith of being a Nazi through third-party comments on a First Amendment Telegram group he did not write, is friends with a Chabad Tuscan Moil, Rabbi Yossi Shemtov and Yehuda Kelin and his wife, who offer Moil child penis sucking services on their website. This will be brought up in cross-examination in court if the county is unsuccessful in denying Adam Smith's Sixth Amendment rights to a trial. Though through the abuse of Rule 11 and pork barreling of the Guidance Centre Flagstaff, who found him sane last year and the year before he transformed from a perpetrator into a whistleblower, into the Chabad and mostly auto-Templi-oriented spirit cooking child abuse cult, and the DNC and Masonic police corruption involved in this case. The jail, your jail, on February the 5th, obstructed his lawyer, Joe Tobler, Grand Canyon Law Group, finished.
Chair Begay, we have no other hands raised at this time and no comment cards.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. Thank you. At this time, we will go ahead and do a proclamation, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 2025 as Women's History Month. I do have Ariana Contreras. You may proceed.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Krista Cedillo, Human Resources Director. I'm so happy to be with you today to celebrate both Women's History Month and Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Before we get started, I wanted to say thank you to the board for your continued support of Coconino County's culture of learning and growth. I'm here today to read the Women's History Month proclamation with two amazing women, Ashley Cuevas and Irina Contreras, who are both dedicated human resources professionals in the county and one of many future female county leaders. Following the reading of this proclamation, we will take a quick minute to cover the events for Women's History Month. And I did want to send out a shout out to Shirley Watkins, who's part of our committee, who spearheaded the effort of finding amazing women leaders in our community to spend time with us throughout the month. Whereas, during Women's History Month, we honor the generations of trailblazing women who took a stand as suffragists, abolitionists, and labor leaders to pioneering scientists, engineers, groundbreaking artists, proud public servants, and brave members of our armed forces. And whereas we support the countless women who sacrificed and strive to secure rights for all women to have equal opportunities at pursuing endless futures in disciplines such as education, activism, the arts, engineering, all sciences, and public service who develop our communities. And whereas despite hardship and strife, women have overcome barriers of inequality, led efforts of advancement, demonstrated resilience, and have exhibited courage and dedication in the face of adversity. And
whereas Coconino County honors the visionary women of all backgrounds and identities, including the women of color, immigrant women, LGBTQ+ women, transgendered women, disabled women, and women of all walks of life, making historic contributions to our county, state, and nation with vision and determination towards the progress of our citizens and communities. And whereas the National Women's History Alliance 2025 theme for Women's History Month is moving forward together, women educating and inspiring generations, which is a tribute and recognition of women past and present who have dedicated their lives to education, mentorship, and leadership, serving as an inspiration for all generations. And
whereas this month we pause to pay tribute to the women who strengthen our community through their dedication, innovation, expertise, and leadership. So let us uphold the commitment to fight for equal opportunities for our mothers, sisters, daughters, granddaughters, grandmothers, and anyone who identifies as a woman. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors does here proclaim March 2025 as Women's History Month in a special recognition of the contribution of women from all experiences of life to the advancement of and development of our county, nation, and state. Yes. And before we do all the other stuff, I just want to talk about who our speakers for this month are going to be. Shout out again to Shirley Watkins for arranging these. March 5th, we have Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch from FUSD. March 10th, we have Miss Lolita Paddock from Loop School. March 12th is Reverend Dr. Bernadine Lewis from NAU. March 17th is Miss Loris Taylor, who is the president and CEO of Native Public Media. March 19th is Miss Carolyn Kidd of the FUSD School Board and an ex-county employee who we love. March 26th is Carrie Bloom, who is the executive coach and consultant for Integral. So we have some amazing women, all from different areas of walks of life, and we would be so excited if you could join us.
Thank you so much for reading the proclamation and sharing the activities with us. Are there any board members that wish to make comments at this time? Go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much. And as you can see, we happen to have 4 women here on the Board of Supervisors, and we like this guy too. So we're happy to have him with us. But certainly in Women in History, you know, there certainly is a history of struggle in this country for women and especially women of color. As I've said in the past, you know, our country was founded on the American promise of equality for all. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is the very foundation of our Constitution. Women, they've always said, hold up half the sky. We've been holding up more than half the sky for a really long time. And it is really important that we acknowledge and recognize the struggles and the need for us to continue to advocate for that American promise, for opportunity and equality for all. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Diversity gives us our strength. The recognition of that strength gives us our unity. So thank you. Thank you for the great programs. There's some great women going to be speaking, and I hope to take part in some of that. So again, thank you so much. Do you want a motion or do you want to wait till comments?
I think after comments.
All right, good, thank you. And then we need photos too.
Yes. Supervisors want to make comments at this time? Okay, I guess I'm it. I just want to say that, yes, it took a long haul, just to be where, some of us have gone to start my 51st year as a board, as a board supervisor, no. But anyway, being a public servant and raising 6 kids, going to school, having 1 or 2 jobs, part-time job and a full-time job. I mean, that's what it takes for a woman to, get to where they want to be at some point in time. And I just want to say that also, a lot of times that, we're taken for granted, by others, but, we stand strong and we face everything, and so that, we try to make sure that, we make all ends meet and that everybody's satisfied, and just being out there. And what holds us together earlier is the clan system that we have within our native culture. So I just want to say, we are here, yes, moving forward, and women educating and helping generation is something that, means a lot to me, and of course, other women. All of us have a story to say and talk about, for being successful and being a part of. We have to be the one to go and be part of what's out there, like with this proclamation. It takes a lot of work, but, we're here. So I just want to say thank you so much for reading the proclamation, and then also, sharing the activities again. And I guess we'll go ahead and take a full, thank you so much. And Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. I was waiting to let all the ladies speak first, but I would be remiss if I didn't have some masculine recognition of Women's Month. It's so important that we recognize all those great contributions that women have provided for our county, for our local spaces, but also for our country and for the world. And so it's really important that we take the time, we look at and acknowledge and recognize those contributions, learn about them so they're not forgotten. Again, this is our collective history. It's part of what makes this place such a beautiful, great space. And, at the end of the day, we all come from a mother, we all come from a woman. And so it's important that we recognize that and we honor that. And so, again, thank you for being here, presenting the proclamation. Thank you to all you women in the audience or that are watching for all that you do to make our society a better society. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, and thank you for reading the proclamation, and really appreciate our county really standing up for the diverse communities that we have in our county and in our region, recognizing the importance of women during this month, and it should be every day that we appreciate women. Unfortunately, there's just so much that we have to, that we really have to do to protect women. A lot of times they're the ones that are abused. We have to recognize the murdered and missing women, Native women. We have our leadership, though, that we need to recognize in all facets, even with Navajo Nation. I lived with Dr. Annie Wanika, who is a strong Navajo woman on the Navajo Nation Council and leader, the legendary mother of Navajo Nation. Just want to remember her and her teachings, and just these other women that are leaders throughout the country that have brought our country to where it's at today, to really appreciate the culture and the teachings that they have given us and have laid as a foundation that we stand on today. So just want to appreciate the reading and all of the activities that will be taking place in our county this month. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Horstman.
At this time, I would make a motion for us to approve a proclamation designating March 2025 as Women History Month.
There's a motion made by Supervisor Horstman and a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, motion carries. And we will go ahead and take a photo op right now, and then we'll go continue with the second proclamation. So sometimes they just come and go, so we just like. Okay, so next item on the agenda is that we have consideration possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 2025 as the Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. We have Irina.
Sabrina's here,
And
and
then
I will
Linda.
also be introducing, I'm honored to introduce Shadow and Justice Armfield, who will be reading our Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month proclamation. I've had the pleasure of knowing Shadow for many years and have watched Justice grow into a wonderful young man. Thank you both for being with us here today. And again, following the reading, we'll cover the events for the month. The floor is yours.
Well, I want to thank you, and Justice and I are very proud to be here to read the proclamation for Developmental Disabilities Month, and it's especially wonderful that we get to follow a proclamation celebrating our mothers, wives, daughters, sisters, friends, and colleagues who are women, and it's a great opportunity for us. And I'm going to have Justice start, and thank you for allowing us to do this. And I've known you just a little bit less than I've known him. Go ahead.
Okay. Whereas as the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins supervise residents and local governments across the country in recognizing March 2025 as National Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month to highlight the importance of including people of all abilities in every aspect of society, and
whereas individuals with developmental disabilities and their families face unique challenges and opportunities, and it is essential that we foster a more inclusive society where everyone, regardless of ability, can live with dignity, respect, and opportunity. And
whereas on February 26, 1987, President Ronald Reagan officially declared Declaration 5613, making March National Disabilities Awareness Month, calling for all the provide understanding, investment, and opportunities to help persons with disabilities, and
whereas Coconino County whereas the 1990 American with Disabilities Act prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities in all aspects of life, including employment, housing, transportation, and government services. And
whereas Coconino County recognize the importance to raise public awareness, foster acceptance and improvement, promote policies that ensure the full inclusion and integration of individuals with developmental disabilities into all aspects of society, in including education, employment, social life, and regulation. And
Whereas this month provides a reminder of the importance community support, education, and awareness in removing barriers, reducing stigma, and promoting access to services, employment, housing, and healthcare for individuals with developmental disabilities. And
now the referral. Therefore, by it resolved that the Coconino County Board of the Supervisors does hereby proclaim month 2025 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. We encourage all residents to recognize the strengths, gifts, and importance contributions of people with developmental disabilities that enrich and advance the development of our county, state, and nation.
Well done. Well done.
Okay. We have a few events starting in March. So March is two things in one. We're doing Women's History on Wednesdays and Developmental Disabilities on Thursdays. So starting March 6th, Why We Need Neurodiversity. March 13th, My Disability Roadmap. It's a documentary. March 20th, My Extra Chromosome in Me. And again, as a special treat, we're going to be attending the Intro to Disability Studies class with Professor John Schaefer and Justice, which is super exciting. So we'll be doing that if anyone's interested. And that's the events for this month.
Thank you, Raina. Okay, any comments by the board members? Supervisor Contreras?
Okay. There we go. I am happy to be part of this recognition, and I appreciated the presentation. And I just want to tell you, Justice, that you did a very good job. Yeah, I very much enjoyed your presentation. I did. Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you, Justice. That name is such a great name. I will never forget it. Thank you for coming back for a repeat performance. As always, you do such a great job and honor us by reading the proclamation. So thank you. And I think, again, the message that you're giving is so important. Dignity, respect, opportunity, and access. Access to services, to employment, housing, healthcare. As I said, it's that recognition of that strength of our diversity that makes us united. And it's so great to have you here to remind us of the importance of accessibility for all in our community, in the state, and obviously in the country. So thank you, Justice. And maybe we'll see you next year too. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reading the proclamation. It seems like just yesterday that you were here last year, so I'm really kind of like tripping out a little bit, just how fast things went. But I'm really glad you came, and it's really important that there's this proclamation and this awareness. Folks with disabilities in our community have the same rights and deserve the same respect as all of us. And so it's important that we acknowledge that and push to make that better. And the only way we do that is about talking about it, about supporting each other, doing events, learning about each other, and seeing different ways that we can support each other. So thank you for being here, and look forward to trying to go to some of the events. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I would also say thank you, Justice. It always gets to me when I start talking about, this subject. But nonetheless, we're all here. We plan for you with any kind of information that you would like, any kind of services, within Coconino County. And we're 100% behind, people with disabilities. We have to have that respect and, ensure that they're taken care of. They're just like anyone else, and we're not above anybody else. We're all equal is the way I see things. So I just want to say thank you so much, and I want to thank Arena and the four of you that did the presentation here today, for items number 1 and 2 on the agenda. So we'll go ahead and do a photo op at this time. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I forgot, sister. Yeah, I don't see your hand, so go ahead. Go ahead, Lena.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. I want to just thank you for your reading and bringing this proclamation each year to us. It really lays out the foundation of who Coconino County is. We provide service for all, and it just is just so important to make sure that we remind ourselves of that as public officials and as and then the public, just to say that this is how we deliver the service. And it's very important that we remember each other and provide the necessary services that is needed in our communities. So thank you.
Oh, yeah.
To make a motion?
Are you going to? Okay. Thank you, Chair Begay. I would like to make a motion that we approve the proclamation designating March 2025 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month.
Is there a second? Okay, motion's been made by Supervisor Contreras and second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. At this time, we'll go ahead and take the photo op. I'm anxious to get a photo. That's why I've been saying that. Okay.
Okay.
On item number 3, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation celebrating the city of Page's 50th anniversary. At this time, Andy Burleson, the county manager, will go ahead and read the proclamation.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. I am honored to read the City of Page proclamation, and we do have representatives on from the City of Page. I believe I saw that online, Lindsay, and they'll want to say a few things as it relates to the activities associated with this proclamation. So let's see if I can find my reading glasses. Old enough. I wish wisdom would come with that, but I don't believe it is happening for me. Coconino County Proclamation in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the City of Page, whereas in 1975, the City of Page, Arizona was officially incorporated, marking the beginning of a remarkable journey to today's vibrant community. And whereas for the past 50 years, Page has grown from its origin as a temporary construction camp for the Glen Canyon Dam into a thriving city with more than 7,000 residents, known for its breathtaking landscapes, rich history, and welcoming spirit. And whereas Page has become a gateway to some of the most iconic natural wonders in the world, including Lake Powell, Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, Antelope Canyon, Rainbow Bridge National Monument, and Horseshoe Bend, attracting visitors from across the globe and strengthening its economy through tourism and outdoor recreation. And whereas the people of Page, past and present, have played a vital role in shaping the city through their dedication, hard work, and civic pride, fostering a strong sense of community and identity. And whereas the city of Page has preserved and grown over the decades while honoring its heritage and the deep cultural ties to the Navajo Nation and nearby tribal communities. And whereas this 50th anniversary is an opportunity to reflect on the city's achievements, honor those who have contributed to its success, and look forward to a future filled with continued prosperity. And now therefore be it resolved that Coconino County will join the city of Page in commemoration of their golden anniversary on March 1st, 2025, when the city will host a parade and unveiling of a time capsule sealed in 1975. Chair Begay, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to read this proclamation.
Thank you, Andy, for reading the proclamation. At this time, do I have comments by the board? Supervisor Horstman.
Well, first and foremost, a big congratulations to Paige on number 50. And yes, it is truly one of the places that we here in Coconino County look to for some incredible natural beauty and scenery, and certainly add to the wonderful premier outdoor and recreational opportunities we have throughout Coconino County. Wonderful up there, wonderful. I need to get up there back on the lake and take a look at Rainbow Bridge. It's been a long time. So maybe that 50th anniversary would be a good time to get up there and do exactly that. So thank you for reading the proclamation, County Manager, and congratulations to the City of Page.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Fowler, you look so nice up there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for having Andy for reading this proclamation. City of Page has a very interesting history. So back in the 1950s, just have to remember our histories. Back in the mid 1950s, Navajo Nation did a land exchange with with an agreement with the federal government so that Glen Canyon Dam can be built. And the land exchange was for Manson Mesa. And so that's where the City of Page has started as a camp, government camp. And today, to evolve to what it is today, just a thriving city and just having a lot of all the attraction that has been built into just a vast economy that it has developed in the area. So I'm just really happy to make sure that we recognize this 50th anniversary of the city of Page. And I want to just thank our board for considering this proclamation. And we do have, I believe we have Sherry online from the city of Page.
Yes, Lena, I'm on.
Okay. Madam Chair, we have Sherry from the city of Page here
Go ahead,
to
Sherry.
tell us, provide some updates as to the activities that would be taking place.
Okay. Good morning, Coconino County Board of Supervisors. My name is Sherry Potasic, and I am the administrative assistant for the city of Page. And I'm going to go over a list of the programs that we have scheduled for Saturday. We have a parade at 10 a.m. for our golden anniversary. And we have approximately like 26 to 30 floats attending right now. And then we will come back to City Hall and the mayor will speak and do a pledge of allegiance. They're going to read the proclamation by Judy Begay. And then we have Lawrence O'Neill, who was the son of our first mayor. He is going to read a letter. And then the Navajo ceremony prayer by Eli Sakoti. And then our vice mayor is going to do the presentation of the 50th anniversary proclamation. And then we will open the open the time capsule. And they're going to have it displayed, I believe, at the museum. I'm not sure how long, but it will be displayed there. And then on July 4th, we're going to put a new time capsule in at the city park. And we have other activities planned too, like a roller skating rink that's down a couple months down the road, and a dance, proms, and other things that we have planned for the whole year throughout the city of Page.
Thank you, Sherry, for your information. I guess that we're not going to take a photo op, or what are we going to do here?
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Lena.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just want to thank you for attending, you and Erica, Deputy County Manager, for attending the City of Page celebration on March 1st. That's the day of the celebration. I will not be able to attend as the other board members as well, because we will be on travel to Washington, D.C. for our annual advocacy trip there and for the National Counties Association Conference. So Sherry, thanks so much for joining us, and thank you, and we'll be participating throughout the year with all the events that will be taking place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Can
Madam
you guys
Chair.
do a picture on Saturday with the 3 people that will be attending?
We can do that.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, there are no, or the board members that wish to make a comment will, okay, go ahead.
Hi, this is Chair Ontiveros. I would just like to wish Paige congratulations on reaching the big 5-0. And I cannot wait to find out what is in that time capsule. So I will be following up with that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think all my colleagues said everything, so I'll just go ahead and ask for a motion at this time.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the proclamation celebrating the City of Page 50th anniversary.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Contreras. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We now are at the consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members wish to consider separately at this time?
Thank you, Chair Begay. I would like to ask that agenda items 7 and 8 be pulled, please.
Thank you. Any other?
Madam Chair, number 9.
Item 20, please.
Supervisor Fowler?
Number 9.
9?
Yes, 9.
I just kind of,
Thank you. Any other
and then told them.
items to be pulled? There being none, may I have a motion to accept the, approve the agenda items?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
I move to accept the consent agenda items 4 through 20, but exclusive of 7, 8, 9, and 20.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a second.
Second.
Okay, second by Supervisor Fowler. And I guess we're going to do the item number,
All those in favor?
wait. On item number 21, Andy, what are we going to do? We're
Thank you,
just,
Chair Begay. I believe, thank you. I think we'll need a vote on those that were not pulled from the agenda for discussion. So
okay.
thank you.
Okay, so we'll discuss item number 21 as we come by it. Okay,
So I think
21 is removed, as I understand.
20, 7, 8, 9, and 20.
No,
no. We're talking about the item agenda number 21.
that's been removed.
Oh, that's flood control, actually. So, yeah,
Okay,
so
okay.
it is, but that's the Flood Control District Board of Directors. So
Okay, good. So there's a motion and there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, motion carries.
thank you, Chair Begay.
Okay, item number 7, Supervisor Contreras.
Thank you, Chair Begay. I would like to put this item number 7 in context. It is consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of Larry Leslie to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I know my board members know, but those that don't, I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for 14 years, serving as my 5th year in chair when I resigned to take this position. So where I'm at is now I am appointing my replacement to the Planning and Zoning Commission. This commission is very near and dear to my heart, and so I believe that we have an individual that is going to serve very well. I did ask if Larry would provide, I spent quite a bit of time talking with him personally, and I did ask that he provide a short bio so that I could let everyone else know who the next, hopefully next member of our Planning and Zoning Commission will be. And may I say, this will be the first time, if he is approved today, that I have a memory of all 10 seats being filled on the commission. So that I think is also wonderful. Anyway, for Larry and his wife moved to Northern Arizona in May of 2018 after a 36-year career working for Union Oil, Tosco, ConocoPhillips, Phillips 66, all at the same refinery. During his time in supervision, he worked closely with various departments to ensure unit stability, which allowed them to attain certain goals and milestones. The departments worked with were environmental, operational planning, maintenance planning, and scheduling. He also worked with the California Clean Coastal Waters, California Fish and Game, LA County Sanitation District. Larry finished his career as the operations training coordinator. In this role, he was responsible for all of the process operations training on current and future jobs. Larry also coordinated and led the new operator classes for new hires. This part of the job also had him out in the community at the local junior college and adult education night classes. Larry sat on the Williams Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as assisting the City Council on their future improvements / expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. He has been doing these assignments for slightly under a year. To date, was involved in the finalization of the 10-year plan for Williams. So I believe that we have a very qualified individual. He is has shown himself to be an independent and problem solver. So with that, I would like to make a motion if nobody else has questions.
Any board members that want to make comment? There
No,
being
it's-
none, there's a
Second.
motion been made. and second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And Chair Begay, I do believe that he is joining us online.
Oh,
He
is he?
may want to make a few comments. If he does, I would like to welcome those.
Oh, okay. There he is. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Hi, good morning. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to work on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I look forward to a lot of learning and growing the community as well. And again, I thank you for your time and your consideration in this position.
Thank you, Larry. This is Supervisor Ontiveros, and I just want to say thank you for your willingness to step in and do this job. I know you're going to be great, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to it.
Item number 8.
Item number 8 is consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of Sharon Doctor as a District 3 representative to the Coconino County Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council. And I would also like to speak a few words about Sharon. Sharon is a founding member of the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council. She has been instrumental in organizing events, promoting IPAC, and sharing her knowledge about Indigenous issues. She is also passionate about her everyday work as the Director of Student Life Experience in the Office of Indigenous Student Success at NAU. And with that, I would like that we approve her to this position.
I'd second that.
Okay, motion been made, and there's a second, and Sharon's not on the line?
I believe Sharon is with us as well, if she would like to say a few words.
Yes, go ahead, Sharon.
Yes, good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could speak up a little bit.
All right, let me, all right. Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chairwoman Begay. Thank you so much. I look forward to being on the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council again as one of my passion projects that I continue to stay involved with. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you, Sharon. This is Chair Ontiveros, and I also want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. And we do have a motion, and there is a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. We have an appointment of Diana. She is a member of the Navajo Nation, and she is being reappointed to the Indigenous Council with the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council with Coconino County. And this is a really important organization that is under the Coconino County, providing advice to the board and to on issues that do come before us. I just want to thank her for reapplying, and I'm really honored to have her as reappointed. She is in District 5. She lives just outside of Flagstaff. Just want to thank her for her service and always being involved in all of the activities with the city, the county, tribes, and the states, in the state as well. And she's been serving as part of the Indigenous Council for about 16 years now. So thank you so much, and thank you for her volunteerism in our community.
Supervisor Fowler, is Diana on the phone line, or?
She will not be able to join us today.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I would move that we approve her reappointment.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 20.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and I'd like to welcome Sheriff Brett Axlin here to address any questions that you, the board, may have. Thank you.
Mr. Axlin.
Good morning, Chair Begay and Supervisors. Brett Axlin, the Sheriff of Coconino County. Item number 20 is a grant that we have that has been accepted out of the legislature for an amount of $1 million. The background of the grant is to enhance law enforcement services to deter, apprehend, prosecute, and detain individuals charged with drug-related crimes across the border. The breakdown of this funding, which was approximately $17 million to all of the sheriffs within the state of Arizona, to use as a regional funding source for enforcement of some of these crimes that are border related. Specific to Coconino County, our cut was about $1 million for these issues. The way we chose to distribute this funding was $200,000 to the Flagstaff Police Department for assistance with their metro operational and personnel expenses. This is our undercover drug unit that's been very successful in a lot of our drug-related cases in fentanyl that we see come across the border. This is a multi-agency task force that does involve deputies as well as police officers from the Flagstaff Police Department and the Northern Arizona University Police Department. Another funding was $75,000 to go to the Coconino County Attorney's Office for assistance with prosecuting drug offenses. $350,000 of that will go to the Sheriff's Office for funding our regional canine unit. This would make our second canine unit. I think most of you have seen our current DEX canine unit with Corporal Weibel. It's been very successful in drug trafficking as well as other related crimes. We are looking at $184,500 to the Sheriff's Office for the purchase of multi-band portable and mobile radios. This has been an ongoing project that we've received several different funding sources for. This helps in our ability to communicate with other agencies and other frequencies that we have not had to this date. We are also looking at $98,500 to the Williams Police Department. Specifically, that's to outfit a vehicle to be able to assist in their enforcement of the train burglaries by the cartels that we've heard so much about on the news. $92,000 will go to the Page Police Department for, again, canine-related equipment to outfit a vehicle. So as you can see, this funding is mostly focused on the drug issues that are associated with our border security issues.
Would it be human trafficking as well?
Yes, yes, as well.
Thank you, Sheriff. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of share and explain what this funding is for. With that, if there aren't any other questions, then I would set a motion to approve the funding.
I'd second that.
Okay, I guess we did have questions. I think a lot of them were clarified, by meeting with the county's manager. And I guess the issue that we kind of brought up was that to what extent are we going to be involved with the immigration, what's happening at the border and this and that. So that was the main thing. So anyway, somebody has their, okay. Women leadership. Everybody wants to speak at one time. Okay, so anyway, that was the issue one of the issues that we had because right now immigration is a very sensitive issue, and to what extent are we involved is what we had asked, with the county manager's office, and the verbiage of certain words like apprehending, to deter, apprehend, prosecute, detain individuals, for drug trafficking, human smuggling, and all this stuff, is what we were concerned about as a board. Certainly, we don't want to impose anything, to really, I guess those were the questions that we had. And then the other question we had was who disseminates all these dollars once it's given to, I know this is the second year that we are having this fund come to us. I know that last year's funding was totally different. This year's fund with the new election I think it's different, the way things are going. So we got to be very sensitive and making sure that we're not, you know, we're doing the right thing, I guess is what it is. And we want to know as board that, reassurance, that, this is what it's really going to be used for. And that's what Geronimo was asking, how are you going to really use these dollars, to what extent, and as written in the background of the documentation that you have given to us. Also, Supervisor Horseman.
Just comments, is that what? Okay, great. And thank you for the breakdown. First of all, I think it's great that we got $1 million of that 17 million. That's, I think, very important for us here in Coconino County. And I really appreciate that, we want to do what we can to keep our citizens and our community safe, and safe from crime, and safe from drug trafficking, and certainly human trafficking as well. So hopefully this is the second time we've received this. I'm very happy to see that this is a multi-agency effort, because I think it needs that in order to keep our community safe. So really appreciate the breakdown. Congratulations. I know this took a little bit of advocacy to get, and appreciate the explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I guess we're all okay as a board. Or Tammy?
Yes, I just wanted, thank you, Sheriff Axland, for the explanation, and thank you for the continued train robber fighting that's going on. What a blast to the past when we are talking about train robberies in this day and age. But there have been some really huge successes in this, and I'm sure that, they've made state news. So good job on that, and thank you for that work. And that's all I've got.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just shows the collaboration and partnership that must take place in our county. I just want to thank Sheriff for the continued partnership with all the law enforcement across our county. So thank you.
Okay, so we're all in favor as a board, and we do support, making sure that our communities are safe and stuff like that. So I just wanted to ask for a motion at this time.
I think we have a motion in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, motion's been made. The second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Supervisor Fowler?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Brett. Okay, we are now at the flood control district consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the flood control district consent agenda, unless if somebody wants to pull something or.
You need to, Chair Begay, you need to resolve as the flood.
Oh.
I move that we resolve as the Flood Control
Board.
District Board of
Okay,
Directors.
okay.
Second.
Okay, there's a second. A motion made, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, nays, motion carries.
And now, Mr. County Manager,
Yeah.
it's my understanding that number 21 has been pulled pursuant to
is-
our director's request.
That is correct. Vice Chair Horseman and Lucinda Andriani, Flood Control District Administrator, is on the line, and there's a request to pull item number 21 to work out additional details associated with that contract and the work associated with the contract. So please remove item number 21. We will not be taking, it is not recommended we take action on that item today.
Thank you for that. So we do have a motion, if anything.
If I may,
Supervisor Horseman?
I know this is listed as a consent agenda, so I would like to pull item 22 from the consent agenda so we can have further discussion and information from our staff.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to pull item number 23 so we can talk about it separately? There being none, is there a motion? Is that your motion, Supervisor Horseman?
I will make a motion that we approve the consent agenda item number 23.
I'll second.
Okay, motion has been made, second, and by by Director Horseman and second by Director Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
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 I may.
Supervisor Fowler, are you?
Yes, I voted aye. Sorry
Okay.
about that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for you. Okay, and now that that's been approved, so we're back to item number 22.
I may.
Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, and thank you. And the reason I pulled this and I look forward, I see that both Lucinda Andriani and Jay Smith are on the line, so I know they can give us more background. There is Flood Control District has an opportunity to apply for a community wildfire defense grant from the U.S. Forest Service, and it requires a 25% match over a 3-year period. And I understanding that this match is being asked for from the general fund, and so we want to talk about that. I'd also like to indicate how important it is for us to, quite frankly, educate our public on wildfire defense, and I think this grant gives us an opportunity to do just that. And certainly in light of some of the changes that have been made, and for our Forest Service, I think the importance of empowering people in our communities to know how they can lessen their risk for wildfire and how they can do some home hardening and protection for themselves and their family is increasingly important. So that's why I asked to have it pulled, and hopefully we can get more information on this.
Certainly. Thank you, Vice Chair Horseman. We really appreciate the opportunity to discuss this with you this morning. We see this as an important opportunity to do that education, community level education. This is somebody that would be out in the communities that are at many of which they're all at pretty high risk, as you're well aware. Even though some of these areas, the Forest Service has done a very good job of thinning around the community. Now what we see is significant threats within the community. So how do we support people with, creating defensible space, hardening their homes or businesses in some cases? And I think the other related factor now, as we're all aware, and the board's been very proactive on this effort, is the issues with securing fire insurance, home insurance, because of the threat of wildfire and the risks. And I've spent quite a bit of back in DC, as you all know, and on the plane ride out, I spent a good chunk of the time reading a number of some materials coming out of primarily California, but other states as well, about what's taking place on that issue. And there's a lot of opportunity for us to, one, influence that at a policy level, which we're doing, but two, also working with communities to really encourage people and work with communities and insurance companies to try to more positively influence that dynamic and ensure that our communities can be insured. So thank you for your consideration today. I'll turn it over to Jay. He's putting together this grant package, and he's got additional information. Thank you.
And if I may, Lucinda or Jay, I'm not sure, talk about the split between the request being made for the flood control district and the county for the matching amount.
Sure, I can address that, Supervisor or Director. We thank you for allowing us to talk about this. We know we have a limited opportunity with the Community Wildfire Defense Grant program, likely one more year. Also, one of the major stipulations is that you have to have a community wildfire protection plan in place to be able to apply for projects under that. But really, before I get started, I wanted to recognize Chief Todd Miller from the Highlands Fire District that's in attendance there, and Chief Josh Tope from Pinewood Fire District that is online supporting this. We have been working closely with the fire districts to identify where some of these threats could be coming from. That's, what Lucinda said, was that some of these threats now are within the communities, not from fire coming off of federal land on into the communities. So, and also I want to recognize Joe Hintz is there, my program manager. He did the bulk of the work of putting this grant together. So I appreciate his help, and Courtney Maxwell and Sean Puyama, who helped with the budgeting side of this. So quickly to answer your question, Director, is we looked at this as knowing that we would have $111,000, a little bit over that of match for this grant, and how in a time where we're all looking at budgets closely, how can we lessen the impact on each budget, and the fact that there are FEMA flood hazard areas within some of these communities, that if we do have wildfire, it could impact the flood control district. We felt like we could find that nexus to the flood control district in a couple of the communities, therefore splitting this grant match between the flood control district and the general fund. So hopefully that answers your question around that.
Can I ask another question?
Yep.
Is it over 3 years, right? So it's
Yes,
not up at 1 year, it's over 3 years?
Correct. So that's where we split this $111,000 in half between the two entities, and then you divide it by 3. So it's a 3-year match, or it's spread out over 3 years. So it comes out to $37,206.33 per year through the general fund, and then the same for the flood control district.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucinda, and thank you, Jay. We do have the chief here. Would you like to make a comment to this?
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I appreciate a minute to speak to this from the perspective of the fire districts in Coconino County. And we have great partnerships with the county, with the Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management, you all in different roles. We all, with funding or administratively, are trying to work together to keep our community safe when there is the emergency, right? And the suppression aspect. And certainly the concerns are rising ever more with current weather conditions, fuels, the home insurance, echo a few things that have already been said, but from our perspective, we've submitted over 50 letters to different residents in our community that have reached out to us for fear, or not fear of, actually having their home insurance canceled or rates raised exponentially. In a couple of the other communities we serve, over 30% have been affected by either cancellations or really 200 to 300% increases in their rates. So I think that this position with the county is something that fire districts could partner with and work with to help educate folks. We do what we can. As you know, with limited funding, some of us are stretched very thin, and some of us are at our max with fire district budgets right now. And so we do what we can. We have folks that already have many other responsibilities, but we try to answer the call. I mean, ultimately, we're all here to serve our residents, right? And to help them out with whatever they might have. So this home insurance issue has increased the need from us. So we have folks that will speak to residents and educate them, but we could certainly use help. And I think this position would greatly help us to educate, and whether that's to empower communities to maybe put together a FireWise community officially, if not, at least educate on individual parcels, what they can do to help their home, which does ultimately help their neighbors. It was already mentioned, but a lot of fire mitigation has been done outside the communities. And we're seeing that certain communities in Coconino County, the biggest risk is if it actually gets in the community and it could spread further, rather than the threat coming from outside in the forest, because a lot of mitigation measures have been done out there. So I just wanted to speak to that. I appreciate the time. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but just wanted to voice support for this, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any comments for the chief here? Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for doing the presentation. Director Horseman.
Yeah, just a comment. First of all, thank you for being here. We know you had to travel to get here and to address us, and I think this is extremely important. But I also want to acknowledge our fire districts. You are so many times on the front line, and not just for emergency response, but quite frankly, fire wildfire response. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you what you do for our communities, and think it gives you another, if you will, a tool in your tool belt to really educate and to provide meaningful ways of which our communities can help themselves and protect themselves. So thank you so much.
Chair Begay, I do have a question, and it might be, Chief Miller, this question might be for you. As you know, I am well aware of the issues that you brought up, so I'm not going to restate them. Is this, do you know if this money is going to be used? Like, I know you're Highlands, I know Chief Tope is Munns Park. Is this going to be in some of the outlying fire districts as well, like Blue Ridge, for example? Is it going to be, it's going to be countywide? And because I know District 3 has a lot of the issues that you talked about. I mean, I'm hearing them over and over again. So I'm wondering, is it going to be spread throughout? How's it going to be divvied up?
I believe Jay can answer that more effectively, but I do believe it's for the entire county, tribal lands, communities, and everywhere.
Okay.
But fire districts could partner with someone in this position to help affect our areas, but I think it will be helpful for all the county, but Jay can probably speak to that better.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all the work that you're doing, Chief Miller.
So Director Ontiveros, let me address that. So per the grant requirements, the only work that we can do is within the Greater Flagstaff Area CWPP, which is Highlands, Summit, Munns Park, the Pinewood Fire District, Ponderosa Fire District, and Parks, potentially Sedona, and Mormon Lake area. However, we have asking for this 3-year term limited position is to build that foundation that then we can replicate in other communities once we get the CWPPs in place there through the other grant that we have with the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. So we're going to be simultaneously working on the CWPP's Community Wildfire Protection Plans in the rural areas while we're setting these programs up in the existing Community Wildfire Protection Plan, so that then we can grow this into larger areas throughout the county. So technically we cannot use this grant funding for areas like Blue Ridge or Forest Lakes or Page, but what we can do is build the system and have it where we can replicate it.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Smith, for that. And I am glad that it at least is going to extend to Mormon Lake. And is it going to be, I know it's going to Ponderosa Fire Department. Will that also, because their boundaries do stretch into parks, is it going to be able to the areas they serve? Are they going to be able to address areas there as well, or just in the Belmont area?
No, yes, parks as well.
Okay, thank you.
And one point of clarification is that all we're seeking today from you is the approval to apply for this grant. That the ultimate decision will come through the budget process that you all will do and prioritize as we go through that to decide then through the budgetary process if this is a priority.
Okay, Director Horstman.
With that, unless there are other questions, and
wait.
Hey, we've got the county
Yeah.
manager.
Thank you, Vice Chair Horstman, Chair Begay, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Jay and Lucinda, thank you for your comment. Thank you, Chief Miller and Chief Tope, for being here and speaking to this. I've also spoken to Chief Gaylord, who is representative of the City of Flagstaff Fire Department, but also the Summit Fire District, and is supportive of this as well. I'd like to note that the City of Flagstaff, through their wildfire team, has done some great work in this arena as well with Neil Chapman and Paulo Trogi. They continue to do good work. And so the work that's happening can really, to answer your question, Supervisor Ontiveros, serve as a good model for all of the districts. So to Jay's point, where this is an approval to pursue the grant, and then we'll have that conversation in the budget process on prioritization. I can sit here today and tell you this should be a priority for our communities. It's a good service that we, when you look at cost benefit analysis, if you will, and the matching funds that are requested, it really gives good benefit, in my opinion, to communities. And this is something that we can really do to help plan. We've talked about our fire districts being sort of the front line of democracy in many of our communities, and I'm sure Chief Miller can speak to that directly. And this is really a good opportunity for the county, the flood control district, and our fire districts to partner on serving our communities. So thank you for the opportunity. I've really given a fair amount of thought to this and had some great conversations. So thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Director Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jay, and to our fire chief. Thank you for the continued partnership to address the community's needs. These are the, with the no rain and the weather the way it is, it's just the, our communities are so concerned, and they're, I'm asking, I know that other supervisors are asked, how are we going to address, what's our response? Any kind of grants and other opportunities that arise, and being able to partnership is so important. So and that's just the way we approach a lot of these concerns and these issues that come before us. So I'm really thankful that this is this application will be submitted, and to be able to help us to address some of the issues that we face here. So thank you so much. Thank you, Jay, and Lucinda, for always looking for these opportunities, and happy to know that we can still write a grant to the U.S. Forest Service. Thank you,
And
Madam.
we will see what occurs, but you know, we will submit the grant. So far they did extend it by a few days, the date of submission, but they have not closed it down. So we intend to go ahead and submit, if based on your approval, of course.
Director Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. I just want to comment on the grant itself and the fact of how needed it is in our communities. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to drive through Schultz Pass and just kind of look at some of the damage from the pipeline and tunnel fires. And it was kind of a reminder of just how important this work is to make our communities fire safe, because it is a pending danger. It is a dry season this year. And so we expect high grasses this summer. And so this is the kind of work that we need to be able to be preventative, so we're not reactive. And so thank you for bringing this this proposal to us, and look forward to hopefully getting funded so that we can implement. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Director,
unless there's other comments, I think it's important that we allow the Flood Control District to apply the Community Wildfire Defense Grant from the U.S. Department of Forest Service in the amounts as set forth and more specifically described in our agenda.
I'll second that.
okay, motion made by Director Horseman, seconded by Director Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Supervisor Fowler, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you
Motion
can't hear me.
passes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now we will go ahead and resolve as a Board of Supervisors. There a motion by anyone?
So moved.
Motion made by
Second.
Director Vasquez and seconded by Director Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. May I have a motion to resolve at the Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Okay, motion is made by Supervisor Vasquez and seconded by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. We are now with the Jail District Consent Agenda item. May I have a motion to approve the Jail District Consent Agenda item number 24?
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Director Horseman. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Director Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Jail District, now we are at the discussion item. Presentation and discussions regarding Jail District bond financing. Siri Malini.
Chair Begay, members of the board, Andy Bertelson, County Manager, and we are recommending as staff, and actually Sheriff Axelson is here, and Kathy Allen, our commander, is here. We'll be meeting with them on the financial conversations related to these items, and in doing so, would recommend that this be put on the soonest agenda, future Board of Supervisors agenda. We just want a little bit more time to review the financial information. It is a significant decision for our sheriff's office and for the Board of Supervisors on project financing, and the jail district does need to make some improvements to that facility, and we just want to have some additional conversations on those financing options going forward. So with that, we would recommend that we table items number 25, 26, and 27 and bring that back to a board agenda in the very near future.
Need a vote for tabling?
I believe we do.
Then I would make a motion to
Yeah,
table
thank you,
items.
Sorry, can I just chime in there? Sorry, the 25, 26, 27, they switch back and forth between the board. and
Oh,
jail district
yes,
and
it
the board.
does.
So it might, as a hassle as it is, we might need to resolve and do one and then resolve and do the other, kind of back and forth. Sorry. She wants to go to lunch.
Okay, well, you get to run that.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Okay, so for this particular item, is there a motion?
I would move
For
that we
item number
table.
25.
Since
Okay.
that's jail district, I move that since we're part of the jail district right now, I move that we table item 25.
Okay, motion's been made by Director Horseman and second by Director Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion, opposed, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
Chair Begay, I make a motion that we resolve as the Board of
Okay,
Supervisors.
motion being made by Director Ontiveros. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Horseman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Action item number 26.
I would make,
Okay. May I have a motion to,
I would make a motion to table item number 26 as a Board of Supervisors.
okay, the motion has been made by Supervisor Horseman. Is there
I'll
a second?
second.
Second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're in the jail.
Chair
Now we-
Begay, I'll make a motion that we resolve as the Jail District Board
Okay.
of Directors.
Okay, motion made by
Second.
Supervisor Ontiveros and then second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Aye.
Jail District Action Item number 27.
As a director on the board of the Jail District Board, I would recommend that we table item 27.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Director Horseman, and a second by Director Ontiveros to table the item number 27. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is,
Chair
yes.
Begay, members of the board, I am going to throw a wrench in your lunch plans. We're not yet at the lunch hour. In the interest of time, I would recommend with Keith Breckus and William here, item number 29 on the federal and state legislative updates. If you don't mind hearing that before lunch, and really it's timing. I know Keith is so extremely busy right now. I applaud him for his efforts. He worked all weekend. I know that because I talked to him numerous times and just really appreciate his efforts and preparation for the good work that we do. So if you don't mind, I'd like for Keith to be able to address you before lunch, and that would free up his afternoon a bit.
Okay, I think we have a motion to resolve as Board of Supervisors. Motion made by Director Horseman. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
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 All oppose? Motion passes. And
So
the
Chair Begay,
request,
members of the board,
what does the
I
board
recommend
feel at
we
this
hear
time?
Let's hear
29.
from him.
Thank
Yes,
you so
okay.
much.
Okay, we will now take a break. No. We are on item number 29. Mr. Burkus, go ahead.
And is my mic on? Sounds like it. So good. Yeah. So I will give I'll actually surprise you. I'll give the state update and I'll pass it to William to do the federal on some of the stuff. Obviously, we're preparing for the DC trip and she'll highlight some of the things that you already know that you'll be bringing to our delegation in DC. But I just wanted to flag on the state end, I'm only going to talk about 3 bills. I'll make it short. I haven't been tracking that close. Our lobbyist Karen is tracking all 7 million or however many bills there are. It's not quite that many, but whatever, the 1,000 bills. But we're watching 3 pretty closely. Some of these are moving fast. They're getting put on agendas and we're finding out about them the day before, but there's some good news today. I'll start with maybe less good news, but we did talk last time about HB 2201. That's the utility liability bill. That one had been defeated in the House 32-28, and then they brought back a motion to reconsider with Representative Blackman. They did make some changes to the bills. They took some things that reduced or put a little more limits on the liability, so the bill isn't quite as extensive as it was in relieving that liability. There was also a Neil Carter amendment that passed that would allow for class action lawsuits. That was one of the 3 big things that people had concerns about. That one passed. There was another amendment that would have changed the clear and convincing standard and brought it down to, I think, preponderance of evidence or whatever the one is below that. That was a call-it-in bill. He was going to include that as well as one where they could still get consequential damages. That one, from the perspective of reducing liability, unfortunately failed on a 29-28 vote, a really close vote. So the HB 2201 is in the House still probably alive, and it'll go to the Senate and potentially it looks like it's a pretty tight vote on both sides, so it could either fail or pass in the Senate. And if it does pass in the Senate, it would likely go to the governor's office, who may or may not veto it. We think there's some indication that she might, but I want to commend the board to some extent because there have been some changes made to the bill, so it's a little better at protecting our residents in the previous bill, and that's partially due to the work people are doing here, so I appreciate that. And we don't know what the end result of the bill will be, but that's kind of where it stands. Another one we were tracking is SB 1017. That is 359,000 in appropriations for the Pioneer Museum here and 4 full-time employment positions. Senator Rogers is running that bill. It's in appropriations today. I was hoping we would have a update before this meeting. We haven't got one, but if we do get an update on how that vote goes in the Appropriations Committee, we'll let you know. I wasn't super optimistic before, but I have seen that the Senate Appropriations right now is actually moving bills. They've been surprisingly, I think, generous in pushing stuff forward. I don't know what'll happen when it goes to the House, but the Senate does appear interested, and I want to commend both our senators, Rogers and Natofsky, for putting forth appropriations that will be spent in Coconino County, because it looks like some of those might get through the Senate. And that leads me to the third bill I was going to bring up, which is 1571. And this is where we kind of got a nice surprise today. That one was put on the agenda towards the last minute. It's a Hatofley bill. And it allocates 600,000 to the Office of Economic Opportunity to do a workforce study for post-Navajo generating station and Kayenta mine closure. So that money would be spent in northern Arizona to address some of the workforce issues and maybe find out what solutions are to get people into high-paying jobs or things like that. I know Supervisor Fowler had sent a letter, or not a letter, but an email to the Appropriations Committee. I wasn't expecting this to happen, but it actually passed through the committee on a 9-1 vote. So the only no vote was the vice chair of the committee, Senator Farnsworth, but we got votes from bipartisan members. So Senator Angus from Mojave County, Senator Fincham voted for it. All the Democrats voted for it. So went through 9-1. So might have a chance in the actual Senate floor. So on that note, it's maybe a little bit different than what we're used to. The state legislature actually appears to be moving some appropriations. So we'll see what happens. None of it's gone to a final vote, but that was a nice surprise. And that's what I have on the state level. If anybody has any questions on Supervisor Fowler might want to say something.
Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, and thanks for that. And I just want to have a shout out of thanks to Sue Brown, who also has worked with a coalition of folks on the Pioneer Museum. And basically, that coalition met with Senator Rogers. And I want to thank Senator Rogers for bringing this forward and acknowledging and recognizing the importance of maintaining county history and our historical artifacts. So looking forward to the update on that, and would like to thank Sue Brown for her advocacy, as well as, it's really a grassroots effort by so many in our community who recognize the historical importance of this. So thank you, and look forward to the update.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Keith. The SB 1571 is a bill that Senator Hatafi and I put together, and were able to submit it. It's really to do a study on the impact of the shutdown of the Navajo Generating Station and the Kayenta mine, and studying the workforce as well as the economy after 5 years of shutdown, and trying to see provide advice as to how we can move forward. So it's going to be I'm really excited. I want to appreciate the Appropriations Committee for approving it today, and want to thank Keith and Karen for working with us on this. Thank you so much.
Any other comments by other board members?
Not, then I'll bring up William Nazi to give a federal update.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Sweet. I'm extremely honored to be able to present before you our latest federal update. As Government Affairs Director Breckus mentioned, members of the board and staff will be traveling to Washington, D.C. to advocate for key county priorities, including public lands, forest restoration, and federal funding. These issues directly impact our communities, economy, and environmental sustainability. Thus, they will be highlighting the need for federal support and action. To start off on public lands, one of our major concerns is the impact of federal employee terminations on critical operations, particularly at Grand Canyon National Park. The park welcomes over 5 million visitors annually, contributing $768 million to local economies and supporting over 10,000 jobs with an economic output of $1.2 billion in surrounding communities. However, due to recent executive orders, the park lost 10 employees in essential roles, including toll booth staff, which, without replacements, the park faces 3 difficult options: closing entirely, allowing free entry, or creating long lines that truly upset and frustrate visitors and hurt local businesses. Additionally, the waterline project, vital to the park's infrastructure, has been severely impacted. 6 key scientists working on the projects were terminated, putting park operations at risk. Overall, about 10% of the park's workforce has been lost within 4 weeks. And with the federal hiring freeze in place, there is no clear solution to fill in these positions, and these staffing shortages immensely lasting effects on both the park and our local economy. As we all know, Coconino County plays a critical role in forest restoration efforts. As home to 5 national forests and the largest contiguous ponderosa pine forest, we are deeply invested in forest restoration, health, and wildfire prevention. Through partnerships with federal agencies, we have worked to advance large-scale restoration projects, including the Forest Restoration Initiative, which has been designated as one of the nation's top 10 critical landscapes. Last year, 100,000 acres were treated across the Coconino and Kaibab National Forests, helping reduce wildfire risks and also protect water resources. Research shows that every dollar invested in forest restoration returns up to $7 in benefits, including cleaner water, healthier air, and improved wildfire habitats. Our local forest industry has already invested $130 million
supporting over 250 jobs. However, the recent federal funding freeze has forced stop work orders on critical projects. So if funding is not restored, we risk not only losing these investments, but also increasing the likelihood of catastrophic wildfires, flooding that could devastate our communities. We are urging federal partners to continue funding for 4FRI and other forest treatment projects, and to end the funding freeze that is stalling critical wildfire mitigation efforts. This includes $10.5 million in outstanding reimbursements for watershed restoration following the pipeline fire and $19.5 million needed through the Protect grant to address post-wildfire flood risks along Highway 89. Additionally, projects like Bill Williams Mountain and Upper Rio de Flag require continued support to advocate and protect over 76,000 residents from wildfire and flooding threats. On PILT and SRS, that's a huge key issue because those programs help with all the land in Coconino County that's federally owned, and we have limited property tax base, making PILT payments in lieu of taxes, essential to funding basic services. However, the continued uncertainty of PILT funding year to year puts all these services at risk, which is why we need a stable, long-term, fully funded commitment to PILT in order to ensure financial stability for our communities. Similarly, the SRS program provides crucial funding for rural schools and road maintenance, particularly in areas impacted by reduced timber harvests. Coconino County relies on those funds to keep our roads safe and our schools properly funded. We are urging Congress to reauthorize and fully fund our SRS so that our communities do not face unnecessary budget shortfalls. Finally, we remain committed to protecting the Boj, Nuwafjo, Ita, Cookvenny ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument. This designation safeguards over 3,000 historic sites, including 12 that are listed on the National Historic Register. It also prevents new mining claims in environmentally sensitive areas, ensuring that aquifers supplying drinking water to tribal communities and 40 million people downstream remain protected. The monument enjoys broad support with 80% of Arizona voters in favor of its protection. Importantly, it does not prevent existing mining rights. It simply restricts new claims that could further threaten these lands. Beyond environmental concerns, this designation is a crucial step in preserving the cultural and spiritual heritage of the Havasupai tribe and other indigenous communities. Efforts to reduce the monument's boundaries threaten the integrity of this sacred and historically significant landscape. We will continue to advocate for its full protection, ensuring that it remains a lasting legacy for future generations. In conclusion, as members of the board and staff head to Washington, D.C., our priorities here in Coconino County will be surely strongly advocated for. Our message to federal partners is clear. We need urgent action to support public lands, forest restoration, and critical funding for rural counties, because the decisions made at the federal level directly impact the residents of Coconino County, and we are committed to ensuring that our needs are heard and addressed, which no doubt will be with our Board of Supervisors and staff in DC. So with that, thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to address any concerns or questions you might have.
Supervisor Horstman.
First and foremost, I want to thank both you, William, and also Keith. I know this has been a mammoth undertaking to get us prepared, and I know you're down a staff member, so we really appreciate all your hard work. And thank you for really highlighting really our talking points and for the reasons we are going back to Washington, D.C. to advocate for our community. So thank you, and thank you again for all your hard work. And I'm only hopeful it's going to pay off when we get to Washington. So thanks.
Surely, thank you very much.
Supervisor on Supervisors.
Thank you, Chair Begay. And a comment, I would just like to echo Vice Chair Horseman's comments on the hard work that you guys have done. I appreciate it very much, getting me ready to go. Quick question. I believe it was in Governor Ducey's term where if the federal government ceased funding for the Grand Canyon, the operations there, that the state would pick that up. Is that still in place? And if so, is there already like a mechanism to keep the Grand Canyon open so the issues that you brought up are going to be alleviated or eliminated?
We sure hope so, but I believe that Government Affairs Director Breckus. Oh, excuse me.
I've been working real hard on this.
good.
And the bottom line is actually there were three governors, all Republican governors, that at various times had various plans in place when it looked like the government was going to shut down. And they were all individual for the times, and they were all individual for government shutdown based on a failure to pass a budget. I certainly hope we may be getting to that in March, but for right now, it isn't there. Instead, and it's my understanding that what's being done is a concerted effort to work with a Department of Agriculture and the new Secretary of Agriculture, as well as the current administration that has advocated for outdoor recreation to take a look at some of the unique needs that may be needed at the Grand Canyon. There is, and this is really important for our public, given the fact that such a large part of our economy is based on tourism. And quite frankly, Grand Canyon is the economic engine for our tourist economy here, that it's important. Grand Canyon's open. Grand Canyon is fully open, is fully operational, and is fully seeing visitors. There are concerns that the recent cuts in the by the federal government in the executive order and the freeze may have difficulties on certain things and staffing certain things, but Grand Canyon is open and is doing business.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the updates, both state and federal. It's really important that we keep track of what's going on because things are happening so quickly. And again, just want to reiterate these federal freezes, this elimination of federal workers has real local impacts. It impacts our economy, it impacts our communities. And so we want to do the best we can to be able to push back, show how vital these roles are for our communities, and advocate for them and advocate for our communities so that we can get through this turbulent times all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for the updates and well said. These are very uncertain times, and it's really impacting our public lands. Glen Canyon National Recreation Area and Rainbow Bridge National Monument, they're open. It's open as well, and our BLM lands. And we just want to make sure that we are in DC to advocate for our local agencies, as well as the Forest Service, USGS, these federal agencies who are our partners in addressing the issues that are before us, like the forest fire. And then, our county, our economy is based on tourism. So we need to make sure that we are take a stand and be able to speak on behalf of our communities. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing in DC. And thank you for your guidance. We have great staff that are working on our behalf, and we'll be traveling with them. And thank you for your report and always updating us and keeping up with all the issues that are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I just also want to say thank you for the presentation. I just request that on behalf of the board that maybe the documents that you shared with us, just go ahead and give it to us so we can put it in our binders so that we, have it for record. The other thing is that, I really truly believe that, we've been doing a lot for the county as Board of Supervisors, administration, and others, to really uphold the county, to really be there for our people, ensuring safety and, getting, drinking water that, all the stuff that, is going across, and the tourism, that's a big part of our funds that we get and utilize. So we need to be out there. And unfortunately, I will not be doing the Washington DC trip, but I trust my colleagues that, they can, carry the weight and, do the job out there. But, and I will be sitting here with my prayers, so that, things are going to go well for each one of us. And so far, we've been doing very good, out there, as we lobbied, in previous years at the state and local, state and, federal level. So I thank you, to Greg and, Keith, and, now it's you. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you're doing, for the county and everyone else here. It's going to take a whole tribe, just to get things done. And yes, supporting one another is one thing that we really need to do, is, push things, and even though, and we push back, on certain things that we really want. So I just want to say thank you for the presentations and my colleagues. And, with that, if there are no other comments by the board, we're going to be taking a lunch break at this time. And we will return to our regular session at 1:15 p.m. Thank you. the first time we're late. Um, Okay, good afternoon, everyone, staff, everybody that are visitors and our board and the administration. We are going to go ahead with discussion items number 28. So we'll go ahead and start there.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, here to present our Coconino County wildfire/emergency season forecast and our state of readiness. Here today to present is Tim Carter, our interim emergency manager in our emergency management office. Dare I say, when we have our emergency management groups get together, it's always great to meet with and discuss with our partners. Sometimes it's like old home where we all just have gotten to know each other so well intimately, the best and the worst. But yet here we are today planning, the best people, in my opinion, planning for difficult times. And that's what this represents. So thank you, and thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Andy. Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. Good to see you guys again. Thanks for having us. Again, my name is Tim Carter, and I'm proud to serve as your interim director for County Emergency Management. You know, I want to say thanks for taking the opportunity to spend some time together, but you know, it's for a very real hazard that we face here in the county, you know, with our wildfire season coming up. And unfortunately, what we know is that wildfire is no longer a season. You know, it is year round. So our preparations with our partnerships that we have really reflected that year round. So I want to bring up a few folks with us to kind of go through what our season or what the winter has or hasn't been, what we can expect weather-wise. So we've got partnerships from the National Weather Service. Brian Klimowski and Megan are here for some outlooks for that. We've also got APS, who have been great partners for us, to talk about their statewide fire mitigation plan. The Sheriff's Department is here to talk about evacuation considerations, things that information that they need and how we communicate that information out during times of evacuation. And then I will come back up and finish up with the county's overall state of readiness from the Emergency Management Department and working with our internal and external stakeholders. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Madam Chair, I'll leave it up to you guys if we want to do Q&A. If you guys have questions for anyone, you know, this is kind of an informal discussion as well. Pipe in as needed, or at the end of every session, whatever you guys would like to do, we're flexible with that. So you can see some of the presenters we have today. Again, you're going to hear me use the word "we" a lot. This is not something that emergency management we can do out of our 6-person shop. You know, we've got a lot of land, a lot of partnerships. We rely heavily on the relationships we have across the federal, state, and local jurisdictions, as well as a lot of our private partners, our nonprofits. This is truly a whole community effort for wildfire preparedness. So after you hear from all of us, kind of the last thing that we'll leave on is more of a focus for the community, kind of our call to action for the community, some steps that we can take on an individual level to ensure that we're all prepared for really any hazard, but particularly for wildfire season coming up. So with that, I want to turn it over to Brian and Megan from National Weather Service.
All right, thank you very much, Tim. Really appreciate it. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate the relationship that we've had with Coconino County over the years. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Brian Klimowski, meteorologist in charge of the National Weather Service in Flagstaff, Arizona. I've served in this capacity for about 20 years and consider it an honor to be here and working with all these great people here. Now, I've enjoyed this warm weather that we've all had. It's you know, wonderful to be outside, but it serves as a reminder and as a sober reminder of the dry winter that we've had. As Megan will soon fill in all the details, it's been one of the driest winters we've had. And we have good reason. We have very good reason to be concerned about our upcoming fire season. As we always have, the National Weather Service will be working with you. We enjoy the relationship we have with Coconino County. We're going to be there for you. We look forward to working with you in preparation and during any events that come around. Let me just take this moment to introduce Megan. She's our warning coordination meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Flagstaff, Arizona. You're probably going to be seeing more and more of her in this capacity. So Megan.
Thank you, Brian. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Thank you again. My name is Megan Taylor. I'm the warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service here in Flagstaff. And I will be spending the next few minutes here giving you an update, showing you some data and graphics to support what we're saying about this dry winter season that we've had and what we can expect during the spring. So this is an overview of what I'll be discussing this afternoon. Again, I'll have graphics to support each of these points, but just to highlight here what we'll go over. The current drought status in northern Arizona, we've had a below average monsoon season, if you think all the way back to last summer. Combined with this historically dry winter season that we've had, this has resulted in worsening drought conditions across all of northern Arizona compared to this time last year. We have had a historic dry start to the winter season. I'm sure everybody's well aware. We've had only 11.2 inches of snowfall in Flagstaff. We usually have over 60 inches of snowfall at this point. So we usually see a snowpack of over 5 feet, and we've had less than 1 foot of snowfall this year. Much of the high country is near or at an all-time low when it comes to looking at our snowpack for this time of the year. What we expect through the rest of the season into the spring is for a continuation of the dry and warmer than average conditions. What does that mean for fire potential outlook? Right now, our fuels are drier than normal for February, which is bringing a current risk of wildfire. And this is unusual during the winter season. By the months of April and May, there is an above normal potential for significant wildland fire across much of eastern Arizona, central Arizona, including the Mogollon Rim and the White Mountains region. If these dry conditions persist into the spring, there is potential for an extended and significant wildfire season. So getting into some of the graphics and kind of display the story that we're trying to tell here. On the left is the current drought monitor as of just a few days ago. And on the right-hand side is a comparison to last year at this time. So clearly worsening drought conditions. Much of Coconino County is experiencing severe to extreme drought conditions. That's indicated by the orange and the red colors. And even just in the last 4 weeks, drought conditions have worsened by 1 or even 2 categories. This is a look at precipitation over the last 90 days. So kind of a longer term look into the percent of normal precipitation. So the red colors here indicating that most all of northern Arizona is between 25 to 50% of normal precipitation. And then taking a little bit shorter look, so we know we did have 1 storm system basically in the last 3 months, just a couple of weeks ago. And that did bring some relief to portions of primarily Grand Canyon region and the Kaibab Plateau, where in the last 30 days, they're seeing anywhere from 70 to 90% of normal precipitation. Again, this is just that short-term 30-day period. But the rest of Coconino County is still in that 25 to 50% of normal precipitation. So let's take a look at snowpack. And for that, we look at these sites called snow tells. And one thing that we particularly look at when we're trying to assess snowpack is the liquid equivalent. So we call that snow water equivalent. So how much water is existing in the snowpack? And that's what we're looking at here. And of the existing sites along the Mogollon Rim, many sites are at or below 1 inch. And snow water equivalent is below 50% of average across the Mogollon Rim. Now the numbers here, I don't know how well you can see that, but The numbers indicate the actual percentage for each of those sites. And so you can see all of the sites in red, anywhere from nothing, no existing snowpack, to about 30% of normal. Even in the San Francisco Peaks, we have one site up in the Inner Basin, and that's at roughly 50% of normal. This graphic shows the ranking. So when we look at that snow water equivalent, which tells us how much water is in the snowpack, this tells us the rank of where that is in a historical context. So many of these sites are in the top 15 lowest snowpack on record, and most of the records are roughly about 40 years. It is the lowest snowpack on record for White Horse Lake, which is west of Williams, and Heber. So moving on to the weather portion, more of an outlook. This is the outlook from our Climate Prediction Center for the month of March. And so on the left is the precipitation outlook. On the right is the temperature outlook. And as we can see by sort of the brown colors and the orange colors on the right, the outlook for March shows increased odds for below normal precipitation and warmer than average temperatures, especially across the eastern portion of Arizona for the warmer than average temperatures. This is the spring outlook. So this includes the months of April, May, and June. So right in the heart of our fire season. And there's not much change here. In fact, even better odds for continued dry conditions and warmer than average temperatures. So kind of putting all these pieces together, this leads to, well, what is the drought going to look like? And this is the drought outlook. So essentially a drought forecast. And as you can see in the brown colors here, we are expecting drought to persist across all of northern Arizona through the spring months, through May. And now what is this going to mean for fire potential? This is our Wildland Fire Agency's significant wildland fire potential outlook. And this is for starting in March. So we'll go through each of the months. This is the outlook for March. And for northern Arizona, we see pretty normal conditions. We don't see above normal until we get into the southeastern portion of the state. And again, this is for March. This is the April outlook. And as you can see by the red colors creeping into eastern and central portions of the state, we are starting to see areas of above normal wildland fire potential, including areas like the White Mountains. And then once we get into May, you see those red areas shift even further west and northward. So much of northern Arizona expected to see above normal potential for wildland fires. And I will end here. I won't repeat the summary here, but just to very quickly summarize, drought conditionings are worsening across northern Arizona, with Coconino County seeing anywhere from severe to extreme drought conditions. It is a historical dry start to the winter season, the fourth driest on record, and our records go back over 100 years. In addition to that, much of the high country is seeing near or all-time low snowpack. And the outlook for the spring is for below normal precipitation and warmer than average temperatures. So our message here is that if the dry conditions persist into the spring, there is potential for an extended and significant wildfire season. I will leave it there. I'm not sure if we'd like to do questions now or hold.
Go ahead, Supervisor Horseman.
Do you have any good news?
Check the forecast next week. There's weather in the forecast next week.
That is actually very good news. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Megan. So as I mentioned earlier, private partnerships are equally as important to our success. Jen is reminding me, I will take very quickly, we did have some last minute changes for the most up-to-date weather info from Weather Service. So What you have in your agenda books is slightly dated, but we did email out the current presentation to you guys this morning in case so you'll have it at least in your inbox. Okay. So again, our private partnerships are equally as important. We've had the opportunity to work closely with APS on a lot of their fire mitigation discussions that they're going to talk about shortly, but want to thank them for coming. And I'm not sure who's going to, Janet, are you in? We're going to start it. So introduce Ms. Janet Dean from APS.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Begay, supervisors. It's wonderful to be here with you. I wish it was a session with more good news. Supervisor Horstman, as you asked about. First, I just want to say how much we appreciate being partners with the county and with your wonderful emergency management team. We recognize that the work we do, the electricity we provide comes with a risk, an inherent risk, and we're very focused on that. And we can't do our work to mitigate and prepare without partners such as the county. So today what we want to do is give you an overview of our fire mitigation program, all the different components. For some of you, it's a reminder. For some of you, it might be new information. But then we really want to focus in on one new tool in our toolbox, public safety power shutoffs, because that is a way for us when the conditions are extreme to keep our community safe. And then we'll talk a little bit about how we plan to communicate out to residents in Coconino County who are impacted and not impacted by that program, but we want to make sure that the information is out there. So with that today, I have a couple of folks with me. I have Wade Ward, who will present. He's our fire mitigation manager. We also have our Northeast Division Manager, Joe Weathersby, in the audience, and he's available for any questions you might have that fall into his area. So with that, I will turn it over to Wade Ward.
Thanks, Janet. Chairwoman Gay and supervisors, thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I don't know where to put anything and make everything fall down. You hear me all right? Again, thanks for the opportunity. We are extremely good partners with all of our counties, in particular Coconino. So we're happy here to present today and share with you, and hopefully you have some questions, and hopefully I can answer them. And if I don't, I'll make Joe answer them. I've got a clicker here. So what you're looking at here is just an overview of our comprehensive fire mitigation plan. It's really important to understand that this plan has been in development for the last 10 years. And even before that, before I came to APS 10 years ago, there's a lot of things that we have done. But at some point along that way, in about 2014, we had identified that, yes, we have a lot of proactive measures, particularly our vegetation maintenance program, that does a lot for wildfire mitigation, but it's not a program. And we made it clear that from our executives that we will have a program in place to address as many of those issues as we possibly can. And more importantly, to look forward and to develop some best management practices that we've either learned from other utilities or other fire organizations to make sure that we reduce the risk as much as possible. As Janet said, the generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity is inherently dangerous, but I think we'd all agree that the system that we do have is incredibly safe. The ability to walk under a power line and to use the electricity that we do in our homes is very safe and efficient, but we have to take further steps given the conditions that we have. So it's not just about short-term or even long-term drought. It's really about the community that we live in, and we live in a fire-dependent ecosystem. And because we've all chosen to, including myself, to live in these fire-dependent ecosystems, we have to find a way to live with fire and to reduce the potential for catastrophic wildfire. So our comprehensive wildfire mitigation plan does that for the company and for the customers that we serve. So we look at several pillars. One is vegetation management, grid hardening, asset inspection, monitoring and awareness, and then our operational mitigation measures that are put in place. So I'll try to touch on as many of those as I possibly can. Somebody keep me honest with my time, because I can talk about this for a long time, and I don't want to take up anybody else's time. So certainly, as I touched on, our comprehensive fire mitigation plan, wildfire mitigation plan, really the basis of all of that is our vegetation maintenance in and around our right-of-ways. This also allows us to do vegetation maintenance, particularly hazard trees outside of our right-of-way, which is a real unique opportunity that we have in here in Arizona with our federally managed lands, like Forest Service. So typically, if you were in another state like California, I hate to pick on them, but it's easy, is that, you know, it's not as easy to get those trees removed outside of the right-of-way that the utility has. We have that ability to do that because of the relationships that we've built over the years. We don't take that lightly, and I'm sorry they're not here to give them the kudos they deserve. But the opportunity for us to work together with them and remove trees that are outside of the right-of-way that have a potential to fall in and hit our wire is huge. And that also goes to the county as well, across the state, all of our counties. So that certainly is a big piece of it. Our grid hardening, we understand and realize that our system is, in some cases, very old. We've been around since the 1800 mining days, and some of that wire is still out there. Good news, bad news. Great, it lasted a long time, and we can create that, but who knows how long it's going to last. So we're constantly, and I'm oversimplifying it with wire. I'm talking about poles and equipment that's on it and everything else that Joe and his crew manages. But certainly that piece of it, and adding expulsion limiting fuses, so that if you have a fuse, when your lights blink, that system's trying to heal itself and take that fault away. What we're saying is, in the worst elevated fire conditions that we have, we turn off that ability to do that. And yes, it makes the outage longer, but it also increases and reduces risk. Should reduce risk increases the reliability, we have to go back and patrol that entire line before we re-energize it. So we feel like that is the most responsible thing to do in elevated fire conditions. Some of the other things that we do is the pole mesh, the fire wrap that goes around the poles. Some folks have been recognizing that lately and calling to us and asking, what the heck is this weird stuff on the poles? It looks like fiberglass or chicken wire that's covered with tar. It's not actually. Simply, it's a proprietary chemical that is on the mesh, the wire mesh that we wrap the pole with. And the easiest way that I can explain it is, it's much like those little black cats that you used to light when you were a kid on 4th of July and they'd swell up and look like a snake. That's exactly what it does. When less than 200 degrees of temperature hits that pole from an oncoming fire, it swells up, excludes oxygen, and therefore keeps the pole from not burning. This allows us to keep the pole up in the air, the wire up in the air. It gets emergency services in faster and safer, and it gets the community out. So as we replace poles and rebuild, we're adding that fire mesh in a lot of places. Question?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Now, thank you for telling me what
Yeah.
that is. Now I really want to see it, but I'm not going to. My question is, what percentage of the poles have you been able to put this mesh on?
So we have a little over 80,000 equipment poles across the state. Those are poles that have a transformer, fuse, or a switch, or many other things on it. And we are replacing those as those poles, for lack of better words, die out. So when we replace those poles, or they get hit or fall down, we're replacing those. The rest of them are on a maintenance program where, as Joe and his folks identify those poles, then we're replacing those poles and adding mesh to them. There is not right now a programmatic aspect to it where we're just saying a certain percentage is being replaced every year. We've really just gone through the testing phase with this. If it does work, we can validate and verify that. And we're working towards a replacement program that would be like percentage based.
What the percentage
I
is
don't,
in
but
Coconino, or
if that's important to you, I can get it to you.
it is.
Yeah.
I'm curious more than anything, and I
the county
appreciate
and
your.
Flagstaff will break it down that way.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I know a lot of the poles, Joe, that you had replaced during tunnel and pipeline, all of those were wrapped at that time. So Outfish Sawmill and that whole area, all those are wrapped now. Okay. Enhanced inspections, again, one of the biggest programs that we have is doing a pre-elevated fire conditions. So our comprehensive fire mitigation plan requires us to do a preparedness level by district. We have 13 service territory districts across the state. Each one of those gets evaluated every week, 365 days of the year, with about 12 to 15 different indices that tell us what the conditions are in those particular districts. We activate some of our operational controls based on those conditions and make sure that we're staying ahead of the curve in terms of, the most extreme conditions. So again, those inspections are done prior to what we call our P3. So we are in preparedness level 1 through 5, much like the Forest Service and other municipalities, including the county. That gives you an idea of what the conditions are like. And then we put those things into place. The patrols, monitoring and awareness, APS has invested a significant amount of resources in this space. When we considered non-reclose strategy by district, and when we looked at PSPS, Public Safety Power Shutoff, we knew that we had to make data-driven decisions. And we already talked about this already this morning or this afternoon. And what we found out is we had one RAWS weather station within 1 mile of one of our circuits that was potentially on PSPS. We knew that wasn't a very good database for data-based decision-making, so we've invested heavily in that. By May 1st of this year, we'll have over 100 weather stations that are sitting right on our poles across the state. And on top of that, we'll have about approximately 100 PTZ pan-tilt zoom cameras that give us situational awareness as to what's going on, not only from weather, but also from oncoming fire. This allows us to not necessarily, we only have 4 fire mitigation specialists. Instead of running somebody across the state 2 hours to go look at something, we can monitor it on the cameras. We also have 13 currently AI cameras. So these are artificial intelligent cameras that pick up smoke. We know that early detection leads to early suppression. And so the focus is on putting these cameras at, as opposed to our PTZ cameras that are sitting right on our wire and our poles. These AI cameras are sitting up high looking at top level smoke and a view shed that is miles around. We have one up here on Eldon. We have one down by Munns Park. We have several of them going in this year as well. So we have 15 additional cameras that'll go on this year. Those have already played an active role in detecting fires. We have multiple fires, including some of them in the Prescott, Flagstaff, and Payson area that have detected those fires early on and have given notification to the dispatch center. So everybody on Coconino County, Flagstaff dispatch for U.S. Forest Service, Flagstaff Fire, all has access to that. That is a partnership from us at APS to our federal, state, and local authorities to partner in this effort to get early detection and early suppression on these fires. They have full access to these cameras. It does not cost them anything. I tell them on the onboarding process that you're not going to get a bill after a year that says you viewed it 1,000 times. This is a partnership from APS to our stakeholders to better detect these fires early on. Our red flag warnings, again, are based on the recommendations from National Weather Service, as well as the 3 meteorologists that we have on staff at APS. We're constantly looking at those, evaluating them, working with our fire mitigation specialists to make sure that we're making the best decisions that we possibly can. We have made it even more granular, whereas the National Weather Service zone areas are quite large for our operational districts, that sometimes we break up their zones even more granular in order to make sure that we're making the right decision about the type of work that goes on every day at APS. And at times, limiting to that only to emergent and pre-emergent work. That's certainly helped us in that space. Any questions before I go on here? Yeah.
I do have one. This camera technology is really impressive. You said that you have one at Mount Eldon, a camera on Mount Eldon, and that you have one located in Munns Park, correct? How far west will the one located on Mount Eldon pick anything up?
So I can tell you what the company will tell us, and I'll tell you what we've experienced, and we've experienced even better than what the company tells us. We've picked up fires from a single camera over 25 miles away. We have the capability to then move that camera and look wherever we want and zoom to 30x. So I can tell you we can see somebody skiing on the top of the peaks if we wanted to. It's pretty detailed. So they overlap in view sheds as well in some cases, not in all, but in some cases the view sheds might be, a couple miles apart, and sometimes they're overlapped. And when we can get two cameras to pick up the same fire, then they triangulate that and give us a lat and long. And in this case, with the Forest Service a few weeks ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago now, we were able to give them a lat and long for that fire, so that they don't have to spend time going to figure out where it is or to look at some of their other cameras. We were able to give them the lat and long, and it was off by 30 feet.
Okay. So 25 miles west, that's not quite Williams, right?
Yeah, we have another one going up in Williams before May 1st.
You do? Okay. Okay, that's great. And then the one in Munns Park, that would pick up the same radius, 25 miles.
Yep. And then we have one in Sedona as well at the airport.
Okay.
So we've got pretty good coverage for Flagstaff.
Yeah, I would say very good coverage.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Here's an example of it. This is the one up on Eldon. The biggest landmark you can pick out is the dome there in the picture. But that little, I call it a carrot. It's the little V with it's like 2 carrots pointing right at the origin of the fire. So in this case, it was picking it up in early detection. In most cases, we're finding that, there's a lag because Pano AI has a human behind this that also validates to make sure that we don't just pick up somebody burning a pile of leaves or something like that. We truly want to make sure that it's something that's validated. So they validate it first. By the time the camera picks it up, they validate it and the text message comes to us and or email. It's about a minute and a half. They try to keep it under 3 minutes. And in most cases, we have the camera has beaten the dispatch center by anywhere between 5 to 7 minutes. So as they get integrated with it more and get used to using it, I think it will cut down that response time even more. Yep. How do I go back one? So to give you an idea, and this one is a little old in terms of the amount, but you can see the PTZ cameras that we have on the left and then the weather stations on the right. Of course, our service territory goes all the way down to Douglas and down to Yuma. Most of what you're going to see in 2025 is kind of filling in our service territory to the south. We feel like we've got a pretty good handle on the north and the central part of the state, but we'll continue to fill in those gaps. As far as PSPS is concerned, Janet talked about it at the beginning, and I know we've talked to City Council here, and we've talked to a lot of folks. We don't take this lightly. I think you can tell from our decision-making process over a year and a half ago when we started to consider PSPS as a tool in our toolbox. We understood that it's not something that we want to do. We recognize that any outage or disruption of power to anybody, including myself, I don't like to have the power go off. We do understand that's an inconvenience, but we also understand that there are conditions that we are presented with in our environment, that the potential for extreme conditions, particularly wind and low RHs, relative humidity, that it makes sense to have this tool in our toolbox. We know it's inconvenient for everybody. It's just like shutting down I-40 or closing schools or whatever else it might be. There are risks with it and there are inconveniences. But the trade-off of the potential for catastrophic wildfire is not something that I personally or APS is willing to sacrifice for a public safety power shutoff if necessary. We've gone to great lengths to communicate with you all, with the community, with individuals, with organizations to make sure that we're doing it right and that we're making sure that everybody understands why we're doing it, and also to give folks early notification as to when we're going to do it. Does that mean that we're always going to have 4 days as you look at this? Maybe not. I don't know if a National Weather Service or our meteorologists can predict everything all the time. There might be something that comes up sooner than 4 days or more sudden, I should say. We're not going to take the risk of not doing it just because we don't have 4 days. But hopefully we can forecast that, look out into the future, and better understand what the wind and overall relative humidity and temperatures are going to be like to be able to do this. So I'll stop there on PSPS or anything else. Does anybody have any questions?
First of all, thank you. And I really appreciate APS. We had some community meetings there out in Fort Valley in particular to talk about PSPS and what that means and to really answer questions. And you were great. I really appreciate APS being there, working with the community and getting the word out. And I would, it looks like we'll be doing similar types of community outreach meetings. And I will invite you all and hope you'll be able to join us because I think it's important for the community to know when, how, what, and what the criteria is. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, no, thank you for the presentation, helping us understand more of your process and whatnot. And in light of the previous presentation about the weather, it's just so important that we're on top of this to prevent any unfortunate incidents and whatnot. And so thank you for sharing about how the polls, I thought, like Supervisor Horseman mentioned, was pretty interesting. And now I'm going to be looking out for them when I'm out in the woods. But I really think that we need to continue this collaboration to make sure we're as safe as possible moving forward. Fire season. Thank you. All right. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, we can do that for sure. There's a couple other things incorporated with the mesh. We do the defensible space around poles, the hazard trees that I talked about, as well as our vegetation maintenance. So we're doing everything that we possibly can to reduce that risk. And I appreciate you guys being a partner. I mean, other than Tim, but that was one of our greatest. So appreciate it very, very much.
So if you can bear with me for a few more minutes, I do want to go through some of our plans for communication, but I know that probably a big question on your minds is what areas. Last year when we started this program, we started small. We had 13 feeders across northern Arizona that were impacted. This year we have, based on the risk analysis, all the data collection that Wade and his team have been doing, we have expanded the program to 65 feeders across northern Arizona, and there are several more within Coconino County. So last year it was more out Lake Mary, the Mormon Lake area. It was beyond Flagstaff out 180. So the Baderville, Fort Valley areas were impacted. But this year we're going to see an impact across a much greater section of the county. So there will be some impact within the city of Flagstaff itself. We are trying to be as surgical and as precise as we can so that we turn power off where we have safety concerns, and we try to limit who's impacted based on those safety concerns. But the way our lines run, sometimes there will be impacts for customers who may not be right in the area of concern, but it's just the way the lines go. But there will be some impacts within the city of Flagstaff. Primarily, we're very concerned about the Mars Hill and Mount Eldon areas, which make a lot of sense. Again, out 180, Hidden Hollow, Fort Valley, Baderville areas. We will be into Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood, those neighborhoods, Coconino, Winona, Kachina Village, and Mountain Air. Parks, some impacts in Williams, Red Lakes area, Mormon Lake again, Forest Lakes again. We will be impacting Grand Canyon National Park in the town of Tucson, and we have met with them, and they're very much involved in their preparation planning. And then where Coconino County meets Yavapai County over in the Ash Fork area, there will be some impacts there as well as in the Blue Ridge. So it is a much broader sweep this year. But as you said, Supervisor Horstman, we were at your community meeting last year, and we will be at any of your community meetings. Let us know. We will have somebody there to walk through with our customers. But with that, I'll just give you a quick overview of some of our communication outreach.
I have a question to
Yes.
ask on that. Can we get, I know we got some maps before,
Mhm.
and those are very, very helpful. Be great if we could get some maps on that.
And I neglected to say, yes, we will have maps for you, but because we're trying to be as precise and targeted as we can, our teams are still honing in on those and developing those maps. So as soon as they're ready, which I expect later this week, early next week, I will start getting those to Tim for distribution. The other thing you won't see on the slides, but is a change this year, is we have added a more interactive map onto our website. Well, we will be adding. It'll launch sometime in the next week is what I'm anticipating. But it'll start at a big high level view. It will show shaded areas where we expect PSPS impacts to be. And then a customer or resident can zoom in and see some specific properties. And there's even with an address search, it'll pull up a point and you can see if you're impacted. It will say yes if you're impacted. It's not going to return anything if an address is not impacted, because with 1.3 million customers, if we had to do every no, it would have bogged down the system and people would have been sitting waiting for responses. So we're inputting the yes addresses, if that makes sense. But just very quickly, we're going to have a very robust education plan, community outreach for our customers. There will be mailings. Our initial messages will be to make sure our customers know how seriously we take our work in the wildfire mitigation space. We are going to push personal preparedness as much as we can in conjunction with our county emergency management partners. We are going to be encouraging all customers to sign up both for our alert system, but also to get into their county alert systems. So our messaging and our materials will actually have the websites to sign up for county alerts. So there will be mailings to all of our customers across the state who live on a line that we consider a wildfire mitigation line, where we think there's high risk of wildfire. And that's Wade, about 265, 270 lines total. 248. So I was elevating a little bit. About 248 lines. All the customers on those lines will get general wildfire mitigation information, but then for those 65 lines where customers are impacted and living in a PSPS area, they will get a very targeted, specific PSPS message that explains the program, explains it's a tool we expect to use in a very limited capacity. And as a reminder, before we launched the program last year, Wade's team took a historic look back over 5 years, and in 5 years, they found 4 instances where conditions might have needed a PSPS to be called. We all know what we're facing this year. This is a much different year than we saw the last 5 years. And then PSPS is it's one tool, and it's the tool that we will use when everything else we've done. We just don't think that's enough based on the indices that Wade and his team are analyzing. So that's a quick look. Again, we will be working very closely with Tim and his team. Our PIO team will be connected with Melissa and your county team. And we will be doing messaging, we hope, in conjunction. And like I said, any event that you're aware of, any newsletters that you have, anything we can do to work with you as you're working with your constituents, we're here for you. So with that,
one other thing,
Yes.
sorry.
That's okay.
This is obviously something near and dear to all of us. And so we
Absolutely.
really appreciate everybody being here and working with us, because it truly takes all of us to try to do what we can to make our communities safe. So we really, really appreciate this. One of the things we talked about this morning was a wildfire defense grant, which we want to use to look into community outreach, community education. And so I'm bringing this up now, and also to put it on the radar for our county manager and our deputy county managers and our flood control district director, that obviously APS, as we move forward, needs to be a part of this programming. So
yes,
yes, thank you.
absolutely. So just a little bit more in your packet. It just lines out some of the various communication efforts. This is an example of the flyer that we sent last year specifically to our customers impacted by PSPS. This has just been updated and is going to be going out in mid-March to customers. And then this is, our PIOs will work together, and we will each elevate each other's messaging and do whatever we can to make sure our communities are prepared and safe. So with that, any other questions for APS? Well, again, thank you so much. Chairman Begay.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and just doing a collaborative communication and, education is very important to our communities, because we all serve the same people, and, we try to make things a lot better for them out there too. So I just want to thank the presenters at this time. Tim, thank you for leading, and all the others that are here to possibly share some information with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I kind of want to sit over there and say you've gone easy on the last two groups, and I hope that continues now that I'm coming up, but just, I would never. We've been at it for roughly about an hour, just for a time check for everybody. Do we need to pause for a break, or do you want to keep going, Chair?
We'll keep going. We'll take a break shortly.
Just let me know.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we've kind of heard, unfortunately, a lot of the not so pleasant news about the forecast and kind of the situation that we collectively as Northern Arizona are in. So now I kind of want to take a look at what we are planning to do about it. Some of the preparation that we've made, some of the policies and procedures that we have in place, that in the relationships that we enjoy here in the Northern Arizona that we're utilizing as we make plans moving into the fire season. So a lot of what we do comes from the National Preparedness Framework. It identifies 5 specific mission areas for emergency management. And, those are prevention, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery. We've kind of all seen those before. So today I really want to focus on that preparedness, mitigation, and response. So as we go through, really our stuff really starts, the planning is in the documentation that we have. We kind of have roadmaps in our emergency operations plans, which is that image there on the top left. It's available online on the county website for public viewing. Really, it's a great roles and responsibilities document that we use to kind of guide us through any disaster or incident we may face. Typically, now in emergency management, we focus on all hazards. We no longer have a wildfire plan, a flood plan, or anything like that. These are all hazards documents that are applicable across the board, regardless of the incident we may be facing. To support that emergency operations plan, we have our Coconino County Emergency Management Department Operations and Procedures Manual, which is there on the top left. It's not published, but if you guys would like to see a copy, that's really dives down more towards the checklist level. We took the idea when we created these documents of, well, you guys remember Wes used to always say, if if we all get hit by a train, I like to hope we'd all win the lottery and don't come in, that the next generation can pick these documents up and move forward. So they're very clear roles and responsibilities, guidance documents for anybody that may come in and assist the county. And then the screenshot right below that is our evacuation map. A lot of times we will focus after any incident, any disaster, any training or exercise. We sit down and do an after-action review of our performance. We look at what went well, and then we look at what areas that we can improve and where we can grow. You know, did we identify any gaps, or how can we do better? And the evacuation map is a direct result of conversations we had following the 2022 tunnel fire. Typically, when we would send out emergency notifications on behalf of the sheriff's office, and we'll talk more about that in a moment, but typically when we would send those out, it could be a few minutes to get that out. We would have to get coordinates of this cross street, that cross street. And we learned in tunnel fire that didn't work. We can do better. So one of the things that we did, we sat down collaboratively with sheriff's office leadership and county IT through the GIS team, specifically looked at where are our population centers, where are our big neighborhoods, how can we create zones to make it, pre-identified, make it a little bit easier for us to communicate with those residents. Some factors that we took into account there were how many points of ingress, egress do we have for evacuations? What's the population count for those areas? So I like to use Munns Park as a good example. Munns Park is divided up into 3 different zones. We use major arterial roads, I-17 for a north-south, and then Pinewood Boulevard is the east to west there. So we've got 3 different zones, which also helps with reentry. Instead of having all of Munns Park come back in, we may have 5,000-6,000 people down there on the 4th of July weekend. If we try to get them back in at the same time, it's going to create some challenges logistically for law enforcement and traffic congestion. So it allows us to kind of throttle that reentry piece coming back in. So it now allows us, when we send out a message, it's more clear, more concise. We're no longer referencing, obscure Forest Service roads. We're able to say Munns Park 18 is in go status. So that's a new tool that we've rolled out over the last couple of years that we've had a lot of success with.
And by the way, I think it is, but I think it's also something we need to get out to the public more. I know there was a work last year on getting it out. Some of us put it in our newsletters, but fire season is here, and we do need to get that out to the public. Maybe something to add to our county newsletter, for example, to get out to the public. So.
Stay tuned. You've read ahead. But Supervisor, you're exactly right. That is our point moving forward. That's one of our goals is to really beef up our community outreach and our citizen engagement.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Supervisor Fowler, if you're muted, if you want to unmute.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Tim, with your presentation on your mapping, are you able to send out smoke alarms to the impact areas as well with that?
I will say in true emergency management fashion, it depends. That is something we are looking at. One of the different ways that we are potentially looking to expand the use of the emergency notification system are for, National Weather Service, excessively, red flag warnings, things like that. Through various limitations we have with cellular devices and working with cell phone carriers, we may not be able to send those out through text messages, but we definitely can send those out by email. So that is definitely something we'll take a look at and see what we can run to ground and get back with you on that for sure.
Thank you.
So also in the preparedness realm, another big focus for us is training and exercise. We are continuously holding training across the region and really across the state for a lot of our first responder partners, a lot of our emergency management partners, to really bring in that coordination, that communication. Typically, when any incident, when we are done, when we start doing those after action reviews, when you ask what went wrong, what failed first, where can we improve first, the first thing to come up is almost always communication. So that's, for us, one of the big things that we look at are relationships. So getting everybody together in a room during training and exercise allows us that networking as well as education. So I don't necessarily need to call APS. I can call Joe. I can call Wade. I can call Janet, right? It's a lot more of a personal level relationship, which really helps us be more effective and efficient with our response. So you'll see there on the screen some of our training and exercise that we've done recently. This past Friday, we hosted a policy group training here in Flagstaff. We invited essentially our county leadership and board of supervisors, and then all of our municipal counterparts to come together to really understand what the roles of that senior leadership policy group would be. What do we as the emergency management department need from our elected officials in terms of strategic guidance and vision from your standpoint? What do you want to see as a final end state for a disaster? So really taking a deep dive to understand how beneficial your leadership is as a board and how that really impacts how we can carry out the missions that you guys see. Also, we do a lot of emergency operations center training. And I will go ahead and pause now and say up there you see EOC. As with all things, we like to talk in acronyms sometimes. So if I throw out an acronym and there's a question what that is, my apologies, let me know. So for training for the Emergency Operations Center, we are having our 3rd annual Joint Information Center exercise. And the Joint Information Center is a fancy term for all of our public information staff. All of our communication teams from around the region come together. We are going to give them a scenario and have them work through the scenario to make sure that they are ready. So the messaging that we are pushing out on behalf of the county is, or the city, or all the other jurisdictions that may be involved, is clear, concise, understandable, and most importantly, accurate. Okay. We are also holding a wildfire tabletop exercise here in a couple of weeks. That is going to be kind of a sit around the table discussion. We're going to have all the Emergency Operations Center staff, bringing in partners from the Weather Service and APS, and we're going to talk through a scenario. If we have a wildfire here, what does that mean? We'll talk about that and make sure everybody's kind of understanding their own roles and responsibilities, but also the capabilities of all of our partner agencies. And then we will kind of throw in another inject the fire has grown to kind of thing. So we can really kind of talk through a lot of that stuff and ensure that we have top level communications. The third little bullet point there is a program that we're very proud of. We're kind of looking long-term on this as well. So you'll see the County Emergency Management and NAU EOC lab experience. So this started started last year as a way to close an identified gap that we had between academic theory and classroom knowledge and giving it more of a practical real world application. How can you apply what you've learned in the classroom into a real world setting? So last year and again this year, it's going to be at the end of March. We can get you guys the dates in case you guys want to come by on a Saturday. We're bringing in NAU students. We're going to set up the county's EOC. We're going to simulate the 2022 tunnel fire. We put those students in the actual EOC positions with our staff mentoring those positions. And then we give them real injects from real world examples that happened during the tunnel fire and have them process through that just as if they were working in the EOC that day. That allows them to take the knowledge and the theory from the classroom and really apply it in a real world setting, in a training setting. This is also growing to a 16-week credit class at NAU. We have written curriculum that our partners at NAU are going to be taking to their curriculum committee very soon, where we're going to identify a lot of other daily emergency management things that we see in Northern Arizona, everything from grant funding, relationship building, tribal relations with our tribal partners, and really all the disaster, the recovery, what comes after the fire's out. So we're really excited about that, and we'll be sending you guys some more information pretty soon. The next one up is AQS. That is the Arizona qualification system. If you're familiar with wildfire firefighters and the National Wildfire Standards, you often hear referred to as a red card, and a firefighter or an individual is given a card that says they are qualified to do a job. The Arizona qualification system is very similar to that, but this is for Emergency Operations Center and incident management team staff. So there are different positions that you can become credentialed in after some experience and training. There's 10 different training classes and roughly 265 different items that you have to be able to show proficiency in for credentialing to be work in an EOC to be issued a gold card. That's up there because it's kind of a little bit of kudos for us and hopefully a little bit of assurances for you and for the community that Coconino County Emergency Management is the first department in the state to have all of our command and general staff positions of an EOC gold card credential through the Arizona qualification system. That allows us to not only perform at a high level here for the county, but we have also had the opportunity to deploy to other counties to support their operations in other states as well. And the last one down there is our emergency notification system. It's powered by Rave Mobile Safety. We do consistent ongoing training for that on a almost weekly basis. I would say it's kind of fun in our office. We do send out regular alerts anyway, but if we haven't sent one out for a while, a lot of times I'll just be working away on the computer and Kelsey will walk over to Chance and says, I just got a call from the sheriff's office and you need to send this message right now. And to see if Chance can pull it up and type out a message and how quickly that takes. And then almost in a little retaliation, a couple of days later, Chance will return the favor. But it allows us to maintain that proficiency that we're able to send out critical life safety messaging, accurate and timely. Some of the other things that we do is our partner engagement. So we do a lot of work with internal county departments. And if you've had a chance to take a look at the emergency operations plan, you'll notice that there are annexes that call out 6 specific county departments in there. We've identified those departments as having critical roles, regardless of what an incident or disaster may be. And we've created an annex that is kind of a checklist of here's all the things that you are going to be responsible for should we have an incident. We sat down and worked with each of those departments to ensure that these were tasks and responsibilities they could do, that they wanted to do, and were appropriately assigned to them. So in addition to emergency management, there's also public works, county communications, parks and rec, community development, and I always forget one. HHS, the largest one. I don't know, I always forget them. Those partners are integral in any disaster response that we do. We call on them. They are a great partners to have and stand up. A couple of things on that, I guess, a couple of caveats. There's one department in there that is a very valued and trusted partner that's not listed in there. And I'll call out, a lot of people ask us, why is the sheriff's department not in there? Do you not care about them? Absolutely not. As the chief primary law enforcement agent, they're hanging out. I'm just seeing if they're listening. But as the chief primary law enforcement agency for the county, a lot of their roles and responsibilities during disasters are already codified in existing state statutes, local ordinances, and department policies. So by adding them into the plan kind of made it redundant and really didn't serve much of a purpose. So we rely on them and their policies that they already have built out for our disaster response. Now, the other thing that I want to point out is a highlight that you'll see early on in the plan, and that's the philosophy of the county's one county approach. our county's one county response means it doesn't matter what department someone works in. Whenever we put out a call for volunteers, we get folks from all over the county to come in to support. So we operate the county's call center. We'll have employees from elections, from adult probation, from juvenile, from all over the county that will come in and support with their supervisor's blessing. They will we set aside their day job to come to the assistance of our citizens. So it can't really be understated how impactful that is. That we rely on everyone from our organization to come together to step up in time. A couple of other.
Hey, Tim, if you don't mind, I'll just interrupt real quickly. I know Liz Archuleta is here and she has a call at 2:30 and just wanted to recognize as we're talking about partnerships. I know she has a call at 2:30. Sorry to interrupt, Tim. But just thinking about volunteer coordination.
Well, if you're going to do that, we also have Sybil Smith.
We have Sybil
one
Smith
of
with VOAD as
United Way's
well,
big volunteers. So both
Sorry,
of them.
Tim.
And
sorry, not sorry. But
And-
because I know Liz has a call, but I just wanted to take a moment to recognize and if they want to say anything. But VOAD, United Way, volunteer coordination has been essential. I personally have a lot of experience with that, and the experience has been wonderful. Why? Because in that volunteer coordination effort, they're able to coordinate activities that we, the county, just can't. We might be overwhelmed with responding to the emergency. We might be overwhelmed with so many other things. These efforts are so crucial to the overall effort.
Supervisor Horstman?
well, since you brought it up, and you probably want to have them have an opportunity to say something as well. But certainly Supervisor Vasquez and myself during the 2022 fires and post-wildfire flooding spent a lot of time with these two. And Sybil, you were incredible with all the volunteer hours you gave to help people with sandbagging and to sign people up for sandbagging. And, it just shows it takes all of us. It's neighbors helping neighbors. It's truly a community effort, especially in these emergencies. So really want to acknowledge them. And obviously, Tim, I know you're talking about the preparedness, and it's twofold. It's one, to prepare and working with our community partners for that, and then the emergency response. So anyway, thank you. And we want to acknowledge them as well. And I know Supervisor Vasquez probably has.
But first.
Good
Madam Chair,
afternoon, Liz.
good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here and just talk a little bit about the partnership that United Way of Northern Arizona has. I have a lot of experience, as you know, with wildfires and subsequent flooding back from 2010, and then several years thereafter as a county supervisor, but also as a volunteer with United Way of Northern Arizona. So now in this seat as president and CEO of United Way of Northern Arizona, we are really proud of the fact that we are one of your partners. And what United Way does is we mobilize volunteers to be able to assist the community in times of crisis, whether that be wildfires, whether that be flooding, whether it be some other kind of natural disaster. That's what we do. So it's neighbors helping neighbors. We organize that. It's in a very efficient fashion. We train volunteers. We actually are on site when we have people, when they have gloves and shovels and whatever it is that they need to do to help people take mud out of their homes or place sandbags in preparation for flooding. During times of wildfire, throughout a disaster, we open up a crisis fund where 100% of that fund goes directly to assist community members, things that government cannot do, but the nonprofit world and volunteers can do. And so it truly is a partnership where we work together. We also open up a volunteer assistance center when there's a crisis that lasts a long time, where we're able to actually work with volunteers to have them come to the Volunteer Assistance Center and also have community members come to the Volunteer Assistance Center. And we mobilize all of our nonprofit partners to make sure that we're assisting, again, you and the community where it's needed most. So it's been a partnership that's worked very well since 2010. We do have an agreement with you, and I'm here today just to listen to the presentation as you are, so that we're prepared for what could be, a very busy summer. And so, but we're knocking on wood that it's not, but nonetheless, we're here, we're ready, and we're ready to mobilize whenever you need us. So thank you so much for your partnership, and thank you to people like Sybil and all of our volunteers that work so diligently to be prepared. It's been incredible to work with emergency management and all of the team here. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And did we talk, we hear from Sybil? No, no.
She said
She's just ready to
it takes
work,
a village.
huh?
But thank you too, Sybil.
Thank you so much. And then any board members want to say? Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, first off, I just want to say thank you to our partners and all the different volunteer groups that come and have stepped up over the years in these pipeline and tunnel especially, but also the flooding in the Sunnyside and all the sandbag efforts. There was a lot of work, and without United Way and Red Cross and some of these other groups, we couldn't have gotten these projects done to help our folks. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that. And then I also just want to make a point out on the preparedness presentation. I really like the presentation, but I noticed you have the Sedona Siren Project on there and not the sirens in the Sunnyside. I was just wondering how that fit into your emergency plans.
You want to address that now? I see Supervisor Fowler has her hand up. Do you want to address that? Is the
Sure.
next part? Okay.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I need to go. Okay. Apologize.
Yeah, Lindsay, we're ready whenever you are.
Thanks, Liz, and thanks for being here with us today. It's very strange seeing you on the other side here.
So as we're pulling that back up, County Manager, thanks for bringing that up. I didn't know they had a call at 2:30. I did want to call them out. We talk a lot about our response entities and all of our organizations coming together during times of disaster, but the community really steps up as well. As evident during our recent flooding events that we had. So managing those volunteers is a challenging endeavor. It can't really be understated the importance that the United Way plays for our volunteer and donation management. So we really do appreciate them. So Andy, thanks for letting me know that they had a hard deadline. All right. So the Sedona Siren Project, Supervisor Vasquez. So one of the other things that we're working for is preparedness. The city of Sedona, let me back up. So as you all are aware, a couple of years ago, County Emergency Management was awarded some congressionally designated funding for EOC enhancements and overall preparedness expenditures for that. So one of the things that we earmarked in that were expanding the siren systems across the county to communities that may need those. As you're aware, that we've had a lot of success with the 4 sirens that we have installed in the Sunnyside neighborhood. And because of that, a lot of people have reached out to us and said, tell me more about that. And if you're not familiar with those systems, they are not the old tornado sirens that I knew growing up, in North Mississippi years ago that were just loud and obnoxious. And that's all it was an alert tone. These sirens now are able to activate a tone. They will broadcast a spoken message. So for Sunnyside neighborhood, they will broadcast flash flooding information in English, Spanish, and Navajo. So we're able to alert anyone that may be in the area that doesn't have a cell phone or your other device that's going to get the subsequent emergency notifications that come out. So based on that, the city of Sedona reached out to us said, we are very interested in this for Uptown Sedona. We know we have a high tourist population there. Not everybody's going to be registered in the notification system. So how can we implement some type of system to alert visitors should there be some type of disaster? So we've been working with them. We will be submitting an IGA from between the county and the city before the board in the next couple of weeks, I believe, for your consideration, that will allow the county to expend those funds to basically allow us to procure, design, implement, activate, and get a siren system in place, which will then allow the city of Sedona with county emergency management as a backup to send out alerts should they have a need. So it is directly related to the success of the Sunnyside siren system. The next one on is the PSPS, Public Safety Power Shutoff from APS. So we've heard them talk a lot about what the system is, but I kind of wanted to talk also about what county emergency management's role is during a public safety power shutoff. And I want to start by really giving a shout out and thanks to APS from the initial discussions of this. They would call us and sit down. They would ask us, if we do this, how is that going to impact the county? What are your thoughts on this and on that? So really felt like we had a seat at the table. We were really able to kind of voice our concerns, voice our thoughts on the whole system every step of the way through that. So one of the things that we brought up was, how can we make sure we're notifying the community when there is a potential PSPS shutoff for an impacted area? We have volunteered the use of the county's emergency notification system to help deliver additional messaging. Working with APS and our communications team, we're going to kind of help craft those messages. We can use our system to kind of help magnify press releases that they're going to put out. Our system allows us the ability to target just the areas, the impacted area, so it doesn't have to be a county-wide message. It can only go to the residents that are in that impacted zone to say, hey, this is coming. Here's a press release from APS. Please take a look at this. Here's their number to give them a call, just to make sure people are aware, right? All the way up to the day of the shutoff, whatever that may be. We will also use our IPAWS capability, which is FEMA's Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. Think of your Amber Alerts. It's not a registration base, but it's a location base. If your device goes into a certain area and you get an alert, whether you signed up for a system or not, that's going to allow us to reach our visitor population, maybe people that are just up here camping for the weekend, they're staying in an Airbnb, something like that. That'll allow us to further make sure that we're reaching everyone for there.
And actually, we're going to be going back and talking about FEMA here in DC soon. Does FEMA pay for our IPAWS system?
They do. It doesn't cost the county anything.
Good.
We are the county emergency management. Coconino County is the only IPAWS authority in the county, so we send those messages out on behalf of all of the jurisdictions. We will also be taking a look at what does that mean for impacted residents during a PSPS. So, other conversations that we've had with our other partners and APS is, do we need to consider cooling centers? Do we need to consider overnight shelters? How can we make sure that we're providing for people who may have those, powered medical devices that they need that support. So one of the things that I'll highlight now, but we'll really want to stress when we get to kind of the public awareness piece, is for the emergency notification system, one of the big important functions for that system.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You brought it up, and I actually meant to talk about it when APS was up as well. If there needs to be a shutdown of power, and I know thankfully we aren't Phoenix, so we don't have 120-degree temperatures, but if it's going to be over a long period of time, or if there are needs for cooling centers or overnight shelters. There may be people who don't have, for example, generators that may use a CPAP machine or whatever. Will there be centers set up if this shutdown is going to be over a certain period of time?
Short answer, yes. And how do we get that information? One of the things that the county emergency notification system has in there, when you go in and create your account, you're able to self-report to us through the secure site if you have any general evacuation access or functional needs or any powered medical devices. So when we send those messages out, when we start getting notices, from APS talking about 2, 3, 4, 5 days in advance of it may impact, we're able to run a report in that area and kind of specifically identify those folks that have let us know that this is the case. Very similar to the system that APS has in their billing system now, but we can reach out to those people ahead of time and kind of help coordinate if there's a need there. I will say, we could have a power outage for any reason, if we have a wildfire or something come through. So it really is no different than any of the other existing procedures that any other emergency response that we would have. We're still going to coordinate with APS. They're still going to work with us and the locals. Prime example being an outage we had a couple of winters ago down in Munns Park, just kind of coming in and setting up a shelter down at the community church down there. So we do. And speaking of shelters, one of the recent conversations we've been having is with our regional Red Cross representation, kind of making sure that we all are operating off the same sheet of music with populations, so they can kind of help do more predictions of if we have an impacted area anywhere around the greater Flagstaff area and even up in Page and other outlying communities. What is the reasonable number of people we should expect to need to shelter? And then where can they go to identify shelters in those communities? So we're really in constant communication with them to help identify other venues for whether it be, regional school districts, hotels, things like that, to identify shelter locations throughout the county. That's one of their big, plus ups of trying to increase those locations. And we died. I pushed about 8 buttons and something's going to blow up real soon. I was hoping you'd say that 30 minutes ago. I've always said computers are great when you don't need one. I do. Not that one. All right, we're back. So another big component, we do a lot of public engagement, but we also have focused on community engagement. So when we recently had a vacancy in our office, one of the things that we look at is what roles, where can we grow, what do we need to fill? And you've often heard us say, the right person with the right skills and the right job. And one of the roles that we needed to really fill that I really wanted to plus up was our community engagement presence, getting out in the community as much as we can, finding out where those neighborhood meetings are, getting on the agenda, just setting up a table, setting up a booth, and really getting out and meeting in the neighborhoods with our constituents. So we brought on a young lady who fits that role. So Lana interned with us for a little while and now is on full time, and that is her role, is to increase our community engagement presence, and doing a phenomenal job. So her role is to steer our entire department towards focusing on that individual and family preparedness. We know that we'll use a winter storm and a shelter in place, for example, that if I'm going to be stuck at home with my family and I know that I'm going to be there because the snow's too deep and I need to plan on 2 or 3 days of just taking care of myself and being self-sustained for that long, if I can do that, I'm not calling the sheriff's office, or I'm not calling the fire department to come take care of just me. That frees up those limited valuable resources to focus on community level issues instead of having to go to the individual household. So the more prepared we are as a family, as an individual, the better we can respond to a disaster. So really getting that information out and helping our communities, not really telling them what they need, but helping understand what their needs are. Because we know that the city of Page is going to have different needs than the city of Williams, who's going to have different needs in the city of Sedona. So understanding what those needs are, then allow us to really come in and kind of give more targeted advice on overall preparedness. So we've sat down with county communications and a lot of our other partners. Fire districts have been a big one to invite us to a lot of their coming into spring meetings, things like that, just different county gatherings, so we can kind of help get the word out. The other one is, or the last one down, and I'll touch on just briefly again, is the county's emergency notification system. So it's got a couple of different components. One is a registration-based notification. So we encourage folks to go in and actually create an account. We're going to show you how to do that shortly. That allows us to send messaging to anyone inside a lack of better words, just the box that we draw on the map. We also have the iPause capability, so we can target the visitors or our tourists in the area, which is more location-based. And I put this in here because as part of our ongoing training and exercise, we're going to be holding a countywide test of the emergency notification system on March 12th. It's a Wednesday at noon. Okay. What we are going to do then, and we're going to be pushing out a lot of press releases and a lot of public information for that. So when you guys see that, we'd appreciate any shares or help with that. We're going to send a text message and email to every device in the system. So what we want people to do is to go in ahead of time. If you haven't created an account, please go create an account. If you have an account, do us a favor, take 60 seconds, go in, just log in and make sure your information is correct, it's valid, and that everything is up to date. So one caveat with that, if we do get any kind of inclement weather, if there's anything else going on, we will postpone the test. This will be if it's kind of nice blue sky weather outside, and not if there's any potential for miscommunication.
Can you get for us something we can share on our social media sites? Because I love to push this kind of information out to the community, so that'd be helpful.
Absolutely, absolutely. The last real big piece of preparedness, and it kind of goes into mitigation a little bit, is the county's fire restrictions ordinance. And the different stages of fire restriction and how we go about making those decisions. So about this time last year, we came before the board and the board approved ordinance 2024-01, which is the current wildfire defense ordinance. And this was, the updated draft was a result of a lot of collaboration and discussion between law enforcement and fire partners to kind of find a way to incentivize mitigation measures in the ordinance. So if you look in now, for example, one of the things the old ordinance used to say under stage 1, it is 100% restricted. You no way, no how will you have a fire that is wood burning of any kind. You can't do it. After looking at a lot of the science of that, and talking with partners, we realized that, well, what if we have people create defensible space, remove that the combustible materials, that harmful vegetation, those pine needles from a certain radius from around that fire pit, and then it's safe to have that fire. So there's some incentive there that if you would like to still enjoy fires, camping, your fire pits and things like that, create that defensible space. So there's a lot of incentive into that, and it's been very successful in the communities. It also outlines the fire restrictions. So there is no change to what we are all familiar with, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 restrictions. They become more restrictive as the stages increase, which are determined on current conditions in the communities. So we get a lot of questions on how do we determine what the stage will be? And I would say that those start with weekly coordination calls with all of our regional, federal, state, local partners. We all will get in and we'll compare what is the science, what is the the fuel moisture, what are our staffing capabilities. It all starts with a call from the weather service or a report from the weather service, so we know what the environmental conditions are and what the forecasts call for. We'll look at resources available should a wildfire start, and a myriad of other factors that go in to determine if we've met the criteria and the threshold to enter into a fire restriction stage, or what that stage should be. Typically, those calls will start at around the end of March, 1st of April, but they have started last week was the first one, because partners realized with the conditions that they are, we went ahead and got to jump on those and got started. So when we look at one question that we get in our office specifically is, when will the county itself go into fire restrictions? And that's a decision that we will work with our partners on, relying on their research and their science and their expertise. Because quite frankly, if we have, and I'll go back down to Munns Park as my example, if someone's living in Munns Park and the county says we're in stage 1 restrictions, but the National Forest is not in restrictions, then it becomes very confusing for law enforcement to enforce. It becomes very confusing for the community to understand. And quite frankly, it's sometimes it's not as fair that a resident can't have a fire in their yard, but just on the other side of the fence in the National Forest, folks up camping, they can. So we work on a lot of coordination and to really ensure that we're operating on kind of the same sheet of music with our fire restrictions.
And if we can, just to make it clear for the public, the county does not set the levels for the closure of the forest.
Correct.
I want to make sure we make, because I know we get calls all the time for that, although we do appreciate their partnership and collaboration with us and our input with us, but that is a decision of the Forest Service.
Absolutely. Our ordinance only applies to unincorporated lands of Coconino County. It does not apply to federal lands. It does not apply within municipalities, although some of our municipalities do want to follow our guidance on that if they don't have their own. But yeah, the federal governments and our tribal entities have their own regulations for those.
And Tim, can you explain a little bit how we work in conjunction, for example, with the City of Flagstaff, since so much of our unincorporated and City of Flag, it's right across the street, literally.
Sure. So a lot of that comes in on those weekly coordination calls. We really sit down and have kind of that open dialogue of what are each one of our jurisdictions seeing, and it's report outs from everywhere from all of our national forests, the state DFFM lands, all the way down to the cities and municipalities and our local fire districts. What are they seeing? So it is a very coordinated, collaborative effort to ensure that decisions are made as a team, that they're not just, it looks dry outside, therefore we're in stage 1. There's a lot of discussion and research that goes behind those decisions. But recognizing that we do have a lot of jurisdictions with legal authority over fire restrictions over their respective lands, that we understand that can kind of create some confusion. Where can I go find that information if I go from county to Kaibab National Forest to Coconino National Forest? So one of the things that we started in the department a couple of years ago is we created a fire restrictions webpage. So if you'll see the link there on the screen, it's coconino.az.gov/fire restrictions. You can get a copy of the county's current ordinance. But also, if you scroll down, we have links and a chart for every jurisdiction in Coconino County that can enact fire restrictions. And we will, after each one of these coordination calls, we will update that. So it's kind of a one-stop shop that someone can go to this website and see who's in what stage of restriction or any restrictions at all. There's also links to each one of those partners' websites for further info. So moving in a little bit to the mitigation piece now, that image there is the cover of the 2021 Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. So this is a FEMA required plan that we are required to update every 5 years, but it is intentionally will sit down and identify and rank the county's top 10 natural hazards. It's probably no surprise to anyone that countywide wildfire is our top hazard. And I don't honestly see that changing anytime soon, but we have other natural hazards, flooding, drought, winter storms, earthquake. And all this information is compiled not only into a document that tells us what these hazards are, but it also lets us set mitigation goals and strategies for how we want to address those. So since this is a multi-jurisdictional plan, it includes Coconino County organization as a whole, and then all of our municipalities in this current plan. So we sit down with the town of Fredonia, and their ranking of their hazards may be different than what the town of Tucson's will be. But each jurisdiction has a section in the plan that we can all identify and identify common goals and common themes. This plan is set for renewal in the summer, I think July of 2026. It usually takes 16 to 18 months to update. So you guys will be seeing very soon, hopefully, a contract for us to hire a vendor to perform the update for this. One thing that I want to stress for the update is a increased push, and something that I want to do is an increased push for community engagement. This is not a plan for the county to tell the community this is what you need to do. This plan relies heavily on community feedback for the community members to tell us, this is what in my neighborhood, what I see as the top natural hazard. So we really value that community input, especially when we look at not only just identifying the hazards, but what can we do about it? What is each jurisdiction? What are your priorities? What are you willing to do? How can we tackle this together? So there's a big community engagement piece for that. So we'll definitely be reaching out to each one of you for meetings in your districts and things like that when we get to that point, probably later on this year, probably in the fall. And I don't want to even pretend to spend a whole lot of time that I can talk about forest restoration as well as the flood control district, Lucinda and Jay can. We heard this morning about different grants and funding opportunities that they're pursuing about forest restoration, hazardous fuels, vegetation removal, and things like that. So that is a big piece of the mitigation work going around in the county. Excuse me. These are just some of the entities that we partner with to conduct a lot of that work. This is definitely not an exhaustive list. There are so many more that help us. I will say that we have one grant right now that is pending FEMA environmental review that will allow us to do some of the work that Lucinda mentioned this morning of actually getting into the private property areas and completing some work. This is identifying some parcels in Munns Park and in Coconino Village. So we're hoping to get an answer from FEMA and an approval for that and start to begin the work on that pretty soon. So we just want to highlight on here that we appreciate the hard work that our partnerships are doing for this.
We'd like to take a 5-minute break here.
Sure.
So We are now back in session. Tim, you may proceed.
Oh, perfect. Now I'll start over with the microphone on. Thanks, Nicole. So we always look at preparedness. We always look at mitigation, but we know that, we can lessen the impacts of disasters, but we can't prevent those. So when they do occur, what is our response posture going to look like? So the county operates the Countywide Emergency Operations Center. And this is a service that we provide for the county and any of our jurisdictions, any of our municipalities, Grand Canyon National Park, anyone that has an incident occur in their jurisdiction and they need some support, we operate the EOC on their behalf. The Emergency Operations Center is focused on response support and coordination. So we're not going to be out, directing wildfire resources or flooding resources, but we will operate in conjunction with them to support the needs of the incident out in the field. The EOC is always open and active because our team has been credentialed under the AQS system. We are able to staff all command and general staff positions daily out of our office. And they're all here with me today, so we want to appreciate them for showing up as well. But we can also operate our EOC just in a moment's notice. But if something grows larger and we need to expand the footprint or we need to bring in additional personnel, we can do that and we'll elevate that EOC to the footprint that you guys are familiar with over at King Street and the Ponderosa Road. In addition to the EOC, some of the other capabilities that we have a substantial amount of equipment that we can deploy out for various incidents. So if you've been up and down Forth Valley or 180 lately, you've probably seen 4 message boards between roughly the peak senior living and almost to Snowball Road. Those are Coconino County Emergency Management signboards that we were able to procure from DFFM funding a couple of years ago. Right now they have safe driving messaging, but we can change those remotely to encourage people, for example, not to park on the shoulder of the road or play in snow on the shoulder of the road, creating that safety hazard. We also have our Polaris UTV that we'll often loan out. We can loan out and go off-road up into impacted areas for damage assessments, flood control for any of the work that they're doing up on the east side of the mountain, or in case any of the supervisors want to go tour some of the flooding things in their district. Looking at you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Horstman, you got to fly the drone, which is not included on there, but is another capability that we have. We can deploy out our drone for, it's got capabilities to help us find wildfire hotspots and assist with really any incident that we can be called for.
Is the trailer, do you have that yet?
So for the first time in public viewing today is a photo there of the concept design for our mobile EOC trailer. It is currently being built by the vendor in Illinois. Our goal is within the next 45 days to have that on site and have it finished. This is going to significantly enhance our capabilities of very remote response. This will be available for use by any public service agency. If the Forest Service needs it, if the Sheriff's Department needs it, the idea is to get it out into the field and have it used. It will have connectivity for Starlink connectivity, so it is completely self-sustaining. We can take it just about anywhere. I would like to point out the graphics and the logos on there were not designed by me. My team over here, these guys put that together. I don't have the creative vision to do that. So our department, they sat down, Kelsey and Lana really worked their magic in the computer and took a lot of influence from Chance and Nicole to really make that happen. So we're really excited for that. When that shows up, we'll bring it by and give you guys a tour for sure. as another part of our response is often evacuation. So wanted to turn this over to Sheriff Axland to talk about a lot of their considerations and what the Sheriff's Department looks at when they go to make decisions for evacuation or not.
Thanks, Tim. I think Tim only gave us one slide here, so that's perfect for us. Brett Axland, Sheriff of Coconino County. As far as our responsibilities in a major disaster or a fire flood type event, it's pretty consistent surrounding law enforcement for any of these events. First of all, we would order the evacuation, but in an event like a fire, we're going to rely on information from our fire partners. They're going to be the experts in how a fire acts, where it goes, how fast it goes. So in all cases during a fire, we're going to use their recommendations as far as what needs to be evacuated and what levels of evacuation they need to be in, whether it's a set or a go status. We learned very quickly during like the tunnel fire that those evacuation orders can change at the drop of a hat. I think several calls that Tim and I had together were very short and minutes apart as far as evacuation goes. So it was very nice to have a very experienced person on the other end of that message system to be able to know exactly what we needed to put out, to be able to get those messages authorized to go out as quickly as we were able to do. So that was nice to have. Once they are out by evacuation, it sounds like an easy thing to do to put out an evacuation order, but once they are out, we are responsible for the security of those areas. Like we saw in the tunnel fire, we very quickly got way beyond our capabilities of covering those areas. So we had to call resources in from Mojave County Sheriff's Office, Navajo County Sheriff's Office, and Yavapai to help us out. They were great, sent us squads of folks to be able to help patrol those areas. In addition to those, we had other county departments helping us to include Public Works, Emergency Management, just to be able to shut down roads and keep those shut down. It is important to know that we cannot make arrests if people choose not to leave their areas, but once they do leave that area at whatever given time, they won't be allowed back in, just for their own safety. Along with that is traffic control. We'll have to control roadblocks, control ingress and egress out of those areas. And then finally, we have to make the decision when reentry is appropriate and safe for everybody to do so. Again, it is a decision we make with our fire partners, whoever those may be. Reentry is a tricky thing because once we allow the public back into their homes or their communities, we've learned they will not leave. So we only do it once, and we make sure that we are at a point where we're safe to go back in. But keeping in mind that a lot of times the public safety fire folks would like to have a zero chance of danger to those communities, and we have to realize that our folks need to get back into their homes. So we have to take that into consideration when we allow reentry. So there's been several times where we've had to be very, we've had to do a lot of quick talking with our fire partners to be able to agree that it is safe enough to let our folks back in. Those are our basic responsibilities in any kind of an evacuation. So if there's any questions, I can answer those. I think great, thank you.
Other than to thank you for you and the Sheriff's Department. So obviously such an essential part of our emergency team. And thank you for everything you're doing. Really appreciate it.
I think Supervisor Horstman, you stole my thoughts right there. Sheriff, you said this is only one slide, but the impacts of evacuation and everything going on typically during the lights and sirens phase of a disaster are really, we can't underestimate those. That's a lot of work. Those guys do a great job on that. So our job in the EOC is to support whatever they need to make sure that is as orderly and as safe as possible. One of the other things that in relation to evacuations that the EOC will also do is, we'll coordinate with our sheltering partners to identify shelter locations, work with the county communications team to get that messaging out, to make sure people know, while you need to leave, here's where you can go and be safe. We'll provide some services and assistance for you. We'll also communicate out with the Health and Human Services team. They'll set up our Community Assistance Center to provide those resources for those impacted by evacuations and disasters. So for the last few remaining slides, just a couple more, I want to kind of shift more from talking about what the county is prepared to do, what the county does, and really focus on what the community can do. If I have to leave a takeaway for the general public at home, what is the message that we need to convey? And first, I want to start with the Ready, Set, Go program. When the sheriff calls me and says, we need to evacuate this area, this is the language that we use. This is adopted by all 15 county sheriffs to simplify and streamline the language around evacuations. So very simply, I'm not sure if you can read the small print on your screen there, but ready, we are currently in ready status right now. Skies are blue. There's no current disasters. There's no issues. Now's the time that we can go and prepare for those disasters. I can make my plan. I can decide what I need to do to evacuate. What am I going to need to get together? I've got time to do that. Because when we send out a notice that says your area is in set, that means there is the potential for imminent life safety coming down the road, right? We want to make sure that you are ready to go. So for me, set stage means you take that your stuff that you're going to evacuate with, take it out of the hall closet and put it by the front door or put it in the car. Because when we issue the go notice, it's time to go. It's not time to start packing then. And one of the lessons we learned during tunnel fire is we had anywhere, sometimes 7, 8, 9 minutes between the time we sent out a notice to a neighborhood says you're in set, be prepared to evacuate, until the time we sent the notice that says go, you need to evacuate. So set is not the time to get ready. Go ahead and start working on that now. We'd also like for you to go ahead and sign up for the county's emergency notification system. Know your evacuation zone. Go ahead and make your family plan. Everybody's needs are going to be different. One thing that we learned during tunnel fire was a lot of the residents out there had large animals, horses. And I'm not sure if you've ever had the opportunity to load a horse in a trailer, but it's not necessarily a 60-second thing, right? So what we learned from the community out there that said, if you put me in set, that's my evacuation. I'm going to go ahead and leave, right? But know what you're going to take with you. So if you go on our website, there's a lot of resources there that will explain and guide you through what you may want to put in an evacuation kit, how to build one. We were able to what we call build a go bag on a budget. So you see Lana there in the pictures. That was a project we had that hopefully removes some of the obstacles, or one of the two major obstacles of cost for needing to buy items for an evacuation kit. We built the entire kit for about $150. So it can be very affordable. We're also working with City of Flagstaff Sustainability and partnering with some of the resilience hubs, the Market of Dreams, as well as the Murdoch Center. City Sustainability is putting together some go kits that they're going to be able to provide to the community through a grant there, and some other locations where you can go and collect resources. The other thing to do is provide that defensible space around your home. When I talked to a lot of our fire districts and told them we were having this meeting today, they overwhelmingly asked us to please convey the message of defensible space. Cleaning up the pine needles, those fine fuels out of your yard is critical to protecting your home, your structure. So please check that out. Go to the Firewise US or the firewise.org. But they even said, call us. That's what we're here for. I know many of our fire districts will send a crew by to properties to give assessments for hazardous fuels, vegetation removal. But give them a call and they'll be glad to help you out with that. Excuse me. So this is the last slide, and Chair, with your permission, I'd like to just kind of leave this up if we have any questions or anything, but I'd like to leave this one up. And these are our two QR codes. And we are happy to give this to any of you guys to help put on your websites, your socials. But you'll see the QR code over on the left, the website at the bottom, coconino.az.gov/evac map. Pick up your phone, whether you're watching virtually or you're here in the room, and if you hold your phone up, open the camera, scan that QR code, that will take you directly to the county's evacuation map. You can plug in your address, find out what zone you're in, and learn that now. Also, the QR code over on the right, you'll see the website at the bottom, coconino.az.gov/ready. If you go to that one, that will take you to our website with links to where you can go sign up for county emergency notifications. The link there will direct you the way you know you got to the right place. It is a Smart 911 branded website. That is the product from Rave Mobile Safety that we use for that. So please go in and register your information. And if you already have registered your information, go in and just double check. Verify that your account information is correct and up to date. And with that very brief presentation, Chair, we'll ask for any questions.
I was going to tell you to stop. And we know we're going to stop. Just kidding. Yeah. Thank you so much for all the good information. And I know that a lot of people do listen to our board meetings. And I just want to say, anything that you can share with the board to put on the website pages and things like that, I think would be very beneficial also, because regardless of the situation we're in with our weather, anytime anything can happen too. So we got to make sure that we're prepared, especially with the dry areas, and so just want to say thank you and all the presenters and people that have been here with us this long. And, thank you for your support. Thank you for your partnership. And I just want to say thank you again, to the sheriff also. And so thank you so much. And I don't know if any other board members want to make a comment at this time. Supervisor Ontiveros. Oh, Supervisor Horseman.
Well, first and foremost, thank you. And we appreciate to see you here with our partners. I know that the Forest Service wasn't able to be here today, but I think it should be noted that we meet with them on a monthly basis. And I know they have ongoing communication with you as well, and certainly are one of our essential partners for preparedness and, needless to say, emergency response, and also have been a huge partner with us in terms of trying to get us out of this vicious cycle of, spring catastrophic fires and then post-wildfire flooding. And we're doing that through our partnership with the Forest Service, City of Flagstaff, with the state of Arizona, to do landscape scale forest restoration work, both in Bill Williams Mountain and also, of course, on the Upper Rio and other places too. So it is, as was said earlier by Sybil, it does take a village, and it takes a community that is educated and understands the dangers and the risks, and a proaction by all of us to mitigate those risks, and to be prepared and to work with each other in the case of an emergency. So we know you, Tim, and your staff are key, the front line, if you will, for Coconino County and for our community. And that's why we're doing all this, is for our community. So I want a big thank you to you and to the partners. It's great to see the National Weather Service. We rely on them so much, during the emergency responses. I mean, they were just absolutely instrumental on when we could go there, what we could do there, and to keep our community updated and alert as to what was happening and where we were with regards to the fires. So everybody here, a huge thank you, Sheriff's Department and our United Way and others that have partnered with us, because it's taken all of us to be prepared and to respond in the case of an emergency. So neighbors helping neighbors, it's a great way to say it. So thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, again, just thank you. I wanted to put out a shout out again to the partners and recognize National Weather Service. You know, they are federal government entity that is also being hit, and we need them as well as all our other partners to be able to get through these kind of disasters that are on the horizon, you know, because it's not a question of if, it's when. And so seeing how our team prepares and gets coordinated and trains to be ready is so important. Having all of your staff gold carded, I believe it was, that's a big deal. And so just want to put another shout out to that, and just continue to prepare and get ready. And hopefully we get through this season without any major efforts. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And Chair, if I may just wrap up, you know,
Yeah.
you've heard a lot from me all day, but I am definitely not the one doing this, right? This is, to echo your point, this is a definitely a collaborative effort. You know, our partnerships that we have regionally mean more than words can say. You know, it's just evident by them being here. So we appreciate them. We rely on them. And while we can't tell the future, we know realistically that, you know, things could get a little tricky this summer, but working with them, we are prepared to respond should the need arise. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
You didn't tell us exactly the weather that's coming, but we hope it's a lot and good moisture for us. So you said there was good news, but we never heard it. So thanks.
Okay, we are going to move forward on our agenda. Item number 30, discussion, review, and possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar. And I would like to turn this over to County Manager Andy Burleson.
Thank you so much, Chair Begay. And I'll be quick, as I know that we have a full schedule with the rest of our day and then planning for future events this week. Lindsay, thank you for pulling up the planning calendar. While Sheriff, I think you just left. Sheriff Axelin is here. We tabled the items on the jail district conversation today. Erica, Deputy County Manager Philpott, oh, there's Sheriff Axelin. Thank you for coming back. Sheriff Axelin, Kathy Allen, Commander Allen, myself, Siri Mullaney met over the lunch hour and really hashed out a lot of the financial conversations as staff, just really ensuring that we're able to provide good information to you as a board through our consultants, et cetera. And so we are looking at adding this to a pretty full agenda coming up, because we do have a bit of a break on board meeting agendas, but either March 8th or in talking to Clerk Daly, March 25th, that's a 6 p.m. meeting. We could potentially, and that's a public hearing, or actually it's not a public hearing, but we could start that meeting a bit early if needed. Erica?
Thanks, Andy. So Sheriff Axland is out of town on March 25th and is unavailable on that date.
Thank you.
So we were looking at March 18th and seeing if the board might be able to substitute the jail financing conversation for the roundtable that was scheduled at 11:15 a.m. on March 18th.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for that reminder. And Vice Chair Horseman, you had mentioned we are having a public hearing. That's actually the night meeting on the 18th. Yep. But Lindsay, I think we can make that work, but thank you for the suggestion. So just really wanted to talk about that with you. And of course, we know what the activities are the next couple of weeks with our NACO legislative conference. And then always in our communities, school spring break week is March 10th through the 15th. And that's always a busy time for many of our family members. So, and then you'll be happy to know that the county manager's office will be beginning our discussions with departments on budget conversations going forward in preparation for those starting the week of May 5th, 4th, 5th for board meetings on the budget. So, and that's all that I would want to cover today with you. March 18th is a busy board meeting, but I do think we can make this work with the jail conversation. I say that confidently, and Lindsay's probably scowling at me right now. Yes, we're going to increase our meeting load schedule. So,
Okay, thank you. Any questions by the supervisor or county manager? There being none, we're going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting for today. And thank you for your participation. And it's always nice to hear from all the departments and all the agenda items that are on there. They're very beneficial, and I'm glad that we had that people have the opportunity to watch us on social media. So thank you so much for the county manager, for the legal department, and then visitors and Brett and everybody else is still here, Tim and the board members and our others. So, and then Lindsay, Valerie, thank you so much for all the work that you guys do. I've been a board secretary for a long time. I was a school board member for Tuba City Unified School District, I believe for 16 years. And I did all this, but it's a good thing they weren't operating like the county manager is here. I mean, we didn't have that much on our agenda, but but I just want to say thank you so much. I know that's a lot of hard work, and there's always last minute changes and things like that. And so thank you so much, everyone. Erica, thank you. And Sago and Andy. So we are
Thank you,
adjourned. It's
Chair.
now 3:32 p.m.
All right,
Thank you. Bye.
we're done.